Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're doing commentary on the cable. Dati mihi Anglican, please, service Latino.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for God's sake.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I hope you had a good lunch. I did not. I did not have a good lunch. It's my own fault. I have no one to blame but myself. I should have made lunch.
I saw a chicken fight.
Instead of making lunch, I ate like 5 grapes, and these are like gigantic green seedless grapes. They must be like genetically modified because like each one's about the size of a plum. And I start looking at this electric blue. It feels electric blue. Is Rusty definitely tested? Oh yeah. Oh yes. Yes, we're having Rusty for sure. It's my own fault. I've been trained to program my radio. And I solicited my second oldest son, who is definitely smarter than I am, in the endeavor. And I downloaded the proper software, and I've got the right cable, brand new cable. Plug it in, run the software, turn it on, and it just won't talk to the radio for some reason. I don't know why. I guess when you pay less for a radio than you pay for a ham sandwich, you can't really complain. All right, welcome, Greeners, especially first in chat today. Thank you very much. Very prompt, Greeners. Very prompt on this live stream. You know the drill. Is that the baffing? Yes, it is. This is the. Oh, do you want to make one? That'd be awesome. That maybe some cheese. Just some of the. Hey, my son, who has helped me now all through my lunch trying to program my radio, is now making me a salad. Yeah, this is the.
Welcome. Channel mode.
This is the Baofeng radio that I've got. I got 2 of these. One for my wife and one for myself. And I've programmed this one manually. But I want to change the image that pops up on the screen to be like my logo, like it says RA or something on it. I want to change that, and I need to put all the memory names in and things. Things you can only do if you have this program thing that works, and it's not working. So I've got to figure that part out. It might be the radios, it might be just a support issue. There's like a million different options on that radio, and I've got the UV5RM. And I'm not sure if it's supported. I'm not sure if the M is supported. Anyway. See, eating a ham sandwich, as Recovery Addict said, ham sandwich. I love when the universe meets in real life like that. Donna, that is great. That's awesome. We're about to go back to court. It's been interesting in that the testimony we were waiting for came in today, and it wasn't what we were waiting for. Did you see the latest state's response in the Sarah Boone case? Yes, I did see that. They're responding to her request to keep her medical records out. I haven't read the whole thing yet. I just sort of looked over the title and the very first couple paragraphs. So I still need to look at that. Red Pen, Greeners. Greeners is the person to contact if your internet is giving you any trouble. Let's see. We're going to head back to court here in just a moment because they're supposed to start in about 7 minutes. Oops, that's not it. The testimony we heard this morning was the DNA and the bullets, the tool markings and the DNA on the shirt specifically, ended up being a nothing burger on both counts. I'm like, why? What does the state have? Where's the evidence that it was Melody specifically? Not that she was there or she could have done it or she had a reason to do it, but where's the evidence that it was Melody? And her having her blood on her shirt is not enough evidence, especially when it says there was another DNA sample there, but it was so small we couldn't even tell who it was at all. Couldn't get any readings other than just there was other DNA also present. One of the kids might have touched it. One of the grandkids might have touched that shirt. I don't know. All right. I think, who was it that was hearing in the morning for Sarah Boone? The state's mad. Saw there was an update on the, they're still short of the 50. I think they've got 43 of the jurors that they want to get. They're still short of the 50. So they're probably going to get the 50 they want initially. Past that, I don't think, the 50 is the panel that they then start inquiring and choosing from. So they've got 43 right now. They're going to bring in another 50 or so, try to get the last 7 today, and then they go on something else. They're arguing motions tomorrow. Yay. It's exciting. It's probably the motion that Amber sent me. So we'll look at that. Openings won't start at least until Thursday afternoon, which is great because Thursday afternoon we're available, Ashley. We are all available because this court's going to be taking a break. Let's see. Bite Me, member for 21 months. Rebecca says, love being here. Nowhere I'd rather be. Can't believe it's been 21 months. So thank you for making Buttercup, and I feel welcome. Butter sugars to you. Thank you, Rebecca. Give Buttercup a pat from us and give a little treat. A little doggy treat would be appropriate at this point. When does this court go on break? Thursday afternoon. I think it's going to be for... Thank you. Do we have any dressing? This is not a kale salad. It's not kale. I think it's spinach. It's not lettuce, but it's a bacon and cheese. So I'm going to give it a try. This court goes this court goes on break tomorrow. I think they're going to go to a site visit. I've had naked salad in front of me with no dressing. Yes, I'm going to fix that. I'm going to put dressing on it. On my lap without spilling. Olive Garden, my face does not look impressed with the salad. Mrs. already got this healthy stuff instead of lettuce, and I'm not sure if I'm going to approve. Plus, it makes me feel like I'm actually eating like yard waste, like lawn clippings. Because you got like the whole leaf and the stem and everything. Whereas with salad, you can like chop it up. So it's just like pieces of salad. Anyway, I will try it and I will like it. Thank you very much, by the way, son. Is it the baby greens? I don't know. I wouldn't say this is baby greens because like this is like one of the leaves. It's massive. That's a good crunch. Man, it tastes like parsley, though. Holy cow. What a flavor. Apparently, I'm going to eat a parsley salad. That is really strong. Whoa. It might be parsley. Is it? Can too much parsley kill you? Oh, my goodness. Yes, says Lego My Briefs, it can. All right. Well, I'll eat that with the sound off when court starts. In the meantime, we're going to talk a little bit about what we had. The last witness who just testified was the secretary of Gary. Gary is the decedent in this case. He's the husband who has passed away. She worked with him for like 20 some odd years, 28 years. It was a long time, really long time. This parsley is really strong. Parsley can't kill you. It just doesn't taste good. I think it's parsley. The salad looks like what actual food eats. Love y'all. Thank you, Ayden, for that. Is that one of those my food eats your food? Yes. But it's kale, which tastes like grass. Might be. Yeah, the affair started a long time ago. A long, long time ago. And it ended, quite frankly, a long time ago. It ended before any of Melody's affairs began. And I say any, we're aware of 2. There's no indication there's any more than 2. Looks like arugula. I'll ask my son what it is. It's probably from Sam's Club, and it's green. This is nutritious. I would not say delicious. Possibly spinach. Man, I'm gonna have to wash this down with like a root beer or something. Hang on. My wife just texted me. She's at a field trip. Hang on. I think I might want to share this one. She's got my son's phone. That's why she can text me. She's at a field trip on you know on the Outer Banks where they have that little, the whole Roanoke, Virginia, the lost colony. I think she's out there, right? And they teach history out there as part of this big festival they have. And the history they teach is not always as it has always been taught. The opinions of the pilgrims have changed over the years. And she says, I was just informed that pilgrims were the dregs of society, while the pirates here in Roanoke were the good guys. So unbiased history being taught here, she says. Pilgrims were the bad guys. Pirates were the good guys, apparently. So pirates versus pilgrims. North Carolina has a love affair with pirates ever since, Blackbeard sort of made his home here. It's funny. So pirates all day long. I mean, ECU, the local college here, their mascot is the pirate. I wish I loved healthy food the way I love donuts. All right. As court begins, we're not sure where we're going to go with our next witness. We should get some video here very, very shortly, and audio shortly to follow, because it is straight up 15 after the hour, which the judge said is our start time this afternoon. We expect to go till about 5 o'clock. They've been ending about 5 o'clock each day, a few minutes before. And then we'll have a half day tomorrow. Oh, was it half day Thursday? I think it's a half day on Thursday, full day tomorrow. Yeah. I love OBX. OBX is just beautiful, especially this time of year when it's nice and cold and no one else wants to be there and you have the whole beach to yourself. I still swim. It's just refreshingly cool. He said they're going to go late one day, I think it's tomorrow, till 6, to make up for a half day the day after. Oh, man. Ogre Coke. We did an offshore fishing a couple years ago. We rented the headboat. I think it was at Hatteras. We rented the headboat at Hatteras, which this thing is amazing. This boat is huge. It could probably comfortably fish 60 guests or so on it, and it was outfitted. I mean, it had like fishing poles all along the sides. You stand sort of shoulder to shoulder and you just catch fish off the bottom. But we trucked, I don't know, like 40 miles offshore, and we're fishing in some pretty deep water. And the first couple miles of that trip while we were coming out of the sound and everything and got out on the ocean were great. And when seasickness hit, it hit with a vengeance. And that was the most miserable half day of my life. It was so bad. I love fishing. I mean, I would call in sick to work to go fishing. I love it that much. I could not drag myself off the floor of that boat, even as bad as it smelled with bait, stench, and everything else. There was nowhere else I would rather be than just laying there with my eyes closed going, I hate this. Anyway, so I checked that bucket list off. But I did catch one fish. It's all I could do. Caught a triggerfish. But man, those were good. Triggerfish are delicious. All right. Let's see. Sorry, I just have to do something real quick. Hang on. Okay. Ivan, I'm sorry. I tried to go fishing. The schedule was so tight. I mean, there are family members that I did not see who live there because I didn't have time to even see them. That's how it was rough. All right, we'll wait for court to start here, and then I'm going to eat my salad because it's delicious. I was working, Thomas. I filmed people in the park while I was working. I could only film because I was there stuck, far from water. Far from water. Getting thrown under the bus here by my mods. Looking for a podcast partner, by the way. Weather Watch. I'm glad you're here. Hope everything's all right and going well with your family. All right. My thought is, as you drove across the country, your family should have made the effort to come see you. They're busy as well. I mean, I did not make myself available very much. That was part of the problem. I worked too much and played too little. And when we did have time off, there's the pocket watch of the rabbit sitting on the desk. I think it's a pocket watch. I think we're looking at a pocket watch, right? Because it's got the little things on top, like the latch piece for the cover. Prove that I'm wrong. Angela says, check your email. I do that once a month. Oh, I got a text. It says, hello, Dwayne.
We went upstairs for lunch, and she called me and said that she ran into the juror.
Don't say his name.
Oh, yes. There was a juror she went to church with and saw.
They said, kill the audio. Somebody went to lunch and ran into a juror. We have a juror issue again. Anyway, I got a text that says, hello, Dwayne. And I'm pretty sure this is a scam. So I'm replying, don't text good, call better. To see if we can get a get a phone call coming in. Yes, don't text good, call better. That's just like that. No punctuation, no capitalization. I haven't seen the email yet, Angela, because I saw that text and I got sidetracked. Hang on. Let me go back to where my email was. Okay, Angela. Post from my old Instagram.
Squirrel.
Oh, fishies. That's a lot of fish. Are they sea trout? Speckled trout? I can't see. I think they have too big of a gill plate to be trout. I'm not very good on my ocean fish.
When are we going to break for lunch?
Type new phone, who dis? If they reply to me, I'll type that. There's a bird yelling outside. Do you guys hear that? Like, oh, you can barely hear it. It's like 1 decibel. Dizzy Grenade's like, yep, I can hear it. Okay. It's like a raven. Quoth the raven outside my window. If you can hear it, I'm worried. There's lots of other sounds I hope you don't hear in here. Put the screaming goat. Oh, yes, I will use the screaming goat. I don't think that's rude at all. I think that's not mean to do a screaming goat to somebody when they prank call me. You should prepare a good fishing rod. Come to Norway in the spring to fish for sea trout. It's mackerel and cod. We fish the Baltic Sea, not the ocean. Yum. I'm gonna have to close my window. I can't have, like, what is it? A murder of crows outside my window. Oh, I've got to use some sound bites. Maybe if I get someone that we can really get on the hook on one of these prank calls, let me see if I can put them on hold, and while I'm on hold, play them a song like Big Dill or something, and then come back.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Hang on, they just texted me back. Hang on. Okay. They texted me back. I'm at the office now. I can't talk. May I ask you something? So now I have to say, new phone, who dis? There we go. And now you've lost them. They're still trying to work out this juror issue. Somebody went and saw one of the jurors. The jurors are still walking around where they shouldn't be. I honestly, I would not. Okay, I'm going to call this right now. It would not surprise me if the judge sequesters the jury. Check for spelling errors, Dwayne. Dwayne's with a W. D-W-A-Y-N-E is how they spell it. Jury issues lately have been a lot. Wandering jurors. Here we go. Think we're coming back here. Sequester. Sequester is where the judge tells the jury, basically, you live here now. We're booking a hotel. We'll provide all your meals. Please surrender your phones. We're going to make sure nobody talks to you in the off hours. That's the sequester. We don't see it a lot, but I think we should see it more often, especially if we have juror issues. Yeah, I'm dealing with a bot. Hello, Dwayne. Excuse me. Don't text good. Call better. I'm at the office. I can't talk. May I ask you something? New phone. Who dis? Oh, hello. Oh, my goodness. Who just sent me this? I just got a text from somebody. Greeners. With a newspaper clipping. Well, actually, a clipping from Myers Mortuary. Dwayne Bourne lived in Utah, age 97 years old. Passed away last week. I kid you not. Dwayne is gone. Dwayne is not with us anymore. Is he the guy? He had to have lived in Ogden.
He's the guy.
It's the guy.
Swapping around the seats on us. Uh-oh. All right, real quick, there was a short issue that came up. Nothing wrong, just I want to make sure y'all know what the rules are, and if something happens, you let us know, which is what happened this afternoon during lunch break. One of the jurors bumped into, it's probably no secret which one of you it was because he got called out of the room, but bumped into someone that he knew that worked at the district attorney's office, and they chatted, and she saw his juror badge and said, "Oh, you're on the jury," and "Yeah, I'm going to go get coffee. You want a coffee?" "No, you can't have I can't talk to you because I work for the DA's office," kind of thing. So that's, again, why we have you wear your badges during lunch. There's many reasons for it, but that's one of the best examples of it. And if anything like that happens, immediately remove yourself from the situation. Let us know about it. We'll take it up. Odds are it's not that big a deal, but we'll address it appropriately and go from there. All right? With that, Ms. Frankis, you can go ahead.
Judge, state calls Patrick Clark.
All right.
Mr. Clark, if you could stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Patrick Joseph Clark.
Where is it that you work, Mr. Clark?
I work at Burr & Foreman.
What, I guess, branch? Which practice of Burr & Foreman?
I work in our Mobile, Alabama office, but I was in our Atlanta office for about 22 years.
22 years?
Yeah.
And do you know Gary Farris?
I do.
How do you know Gary Farris?
Gary and I we first met, back before I became a Burr & Foreman attorney. We were actually on the opposite side of real estate transactions and just got to know each other over the years. And at a certain point in time, Gary had talked to me about coming to work with Burr & Foreman, and at a certain point in time, I did that. So we practiced together, up until his death.
Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Ferris?
Yeah, Gary was a good friend of mine, and while we didn't spend a lot of time together outside the office, and there's various reasons for that, we each had our own lives, and people who live in the Atlanta area and everything, you know how it is, commute-wise, and we worked so much that whatever free time that we had, weekends, et cetera, we generally were spending with our families, et cetera. But, we would get together, play golf sometimes, go out and shoot ski, and go, I think we went on a couple of dove hunts together. But, most of our time was spent as friends in the office, going to lunch when it was appropriate. We'd go out to dinner with clients sometimes, and et cetera. But, I considered Gary to be a very good friend of mine.
Did you ever hang out with Gary's family?
Some, yes.
How well did you know the rest of the family?
I knew who all they were. I knew all their names. I knew Melody. I knew, Chris and Scott and Amanda and Emily. Went to Chris's wedding. Went to Emily's wedding. Gary would tell me what was going on with his kids sometimes, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I knew the family.
Can you explain to the jury Gary's work ethic, or how often you guys have to work in your line of work?
Yeah, we work a lot. We are commercial real estate transactional lawyers, and we don't do any residential real estate work. It's all commercial real estate. And our practice primarily was representing institutional type lenders in commercial real estate transactions, construction loans, permanent loans, various different kinds of properties, multifamily apartment complexes, industrial buildings, office towers. We oftentimes did what we call syndicated transactions, which involve multiple banks high dollar, high volume transactions involving what you would consider to be very sophisticated real estate developers, very sophisticated lenders, and it required a lot of time and effort to get those deals done. A lot of time and effort to get those deals done.
Would you work holidays frequently?
Yes, definitely. Our clients were very demanding, justifiably so, and our work ethic and was always, we did and took the time that was needed to accomplish what it was that they were engaging us to do. And our practice, so a little bit better to understand that, is our practice was nationwide in scope. We closed deals all across the United States. And again, we were dealing with financial institutions in New York and Boston and California and other places. So oftentimes there would be time frames where you'd be doing a transaction out in California, and they'd be 2 or 3 hours behind us, depending on what time of the year it was. So it wasn't unusual for us to get on the phone with the client 10 o'clock our time, 6, 7 o'clock their time.
To your knowledge, did Gary Farris have any professional enemies?
No. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to try to explain that, because we're not criminal defense lawyers, we're not plaintiffs' attorneys, we don't go into the courtroom. I've been in the courtroom one time in my entire career. And I think Gary probably was in the courtroom a little bit more, but he used to practice some bankruptcy law, so he was probably in there in that regard. But no, our work, our transactions always involved people on every aspect of the transaction who were trying to accomplish the same goal, which was to get a deal done.
Would Gary share with you information about his family and what was going on during certain times in his life?
Not really.
Was he kind of a private person?
Very.
Was he proud of his kids?
Yeah. To the extent that we talked about them.
What about Scott?
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, we didn't talk about Scott.
I remember kind of the first time I ever met Scott. I guess he was younger, maybe in his teens. And I think the first time I ever met him, I had lunch with him and Gary. And he struck me as a young kid. And then I guess he kind of had different jobs. I think I remember that he was selling cars at one time. I think he worked as an auto mechanic, if I'm not mistaken. And then at a certain point in time, he decided to go into the military. And I remember how proud Gary was of that. Very much so.
Were you someone that the family reached out to when his remains were found on July 5th?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with Melody that day?
No.
When did you speak with Melody about what happened on July 5th?
My recollection is I talked to Melody not too long after that, and I couldn't tell you exactly what I mean in terms of time by not too long after that. For obvious reason being it's 6 years ago.
Sure.
But I do remember that I did talk to Melody. I can remember I was sitting in my office in Mobile, and my phone rang, and I looked down, and it said Melody Farris, and I was a little bit surprised, but she called me in my office.
And what was it that she was calling you about?
She called me and asked me if I could provide any assistance or information about helping her, I guess, obtain or get access to Gary's capital contribution in our law firm.
What is a capital contribution?
Well, a capital contribution, so in law firms, you have different levels of people who work in a law firm. And our firm is a pretty large firm. We've got 19 different offices, but there's different organizational structures, organizational funds. But the way that our firm works is you have 2 levels of partners. You have what's referred to as equity partners, and then you have what's referred to as income partners, and then you have associates, right? So the hierarchy is, in terms of the firm structure itself, the equity partners are the owners of the law firm. So it's as if you owned a construction company and you're the owner. Income partners and associates are basically employees of the law firm. So they're W-2 employees. So our law firm, if there's profits at the end of the year, the equity partners share in the profits. So a capital contribution is the amount of money that, as the owner or equity partner in the law firm, that you're required to put in on an annual basis, et cetera, to maintain a certain level of capital for expansion, for needs to meet, upgrades in computer systems and so on and so forth. So it's basically a slug of money that's put in by the owners that's there and available for certain things.
And at any time, do you receive that contribution back throughout the year?
The only time that you receive it back is when you're no longer an equity partner.
Okay. Was Gary...
But you do have to put it in. The opposite's not true. You got to put it in every year.
Right.
So.
Was Gary a partner?
Yeah, Gary was an equity partner.
Okay. And did you continue to chat with Melody on the phone after she asked about that?
I did for a short period of time, yes.
What was it that you and her spoke about? After I had talked with Melody, or as she asked me about the capital contributions and assisting and trying to get it, and I indicated to her that I would do what I could. I really didn't have any knowledge about that because I'd never been involved in having to get a capital contribution back. But I took the opportunity to ask Melody, what do they think happened? And she answered me. What did she say?
She didn't really respond, in my opinion, to my question. She basically relayed to me, I guess if I think back on it now, what was going on the morning of the 4th of July. And what she told me was that she got up early in the morning or sometime in the morning, and she was blowing off, I guess, the leaves on either the driveway or somewhere around the house with a blower.
That's a crime to use a
And
blower.
she
That
finished
early in the
that
morning.
up. And then I remember her distinctly saying, and I know that Gary was there because I could smell cigarette smoke, right? And then she got prepared because she was going up to, I guess, Lake Lanier to spend the day with one of her children, and my recollection is it was her daughter Amanda. And she headed up to the lake.
And did she mention anything about if she went anywhere else before the lake?
Yeah, and I remember this conversation pretty vividly because it just struck me as unusual. She said, and on the way to the lake, I stopped at, my recollection was Target, and I bought a chair. And then she said something that really and she said, and I've got the receipt for that. And I went up to the lake, stayed up at the lake,
came back home. She had 2 girls with her. I think one of them was her granddaughter, and one of them was a friend of her granddaughter's. Got back home, went straight to the bedroom and stayed in there the rest of the night because they were tired and they were watching movies. And that was basically the extent of the conversation.
Did you ask her what she did that day, or was this unprompted?
It was unprompted. I didn't ask her what she did that day.
Mr. Clerk, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
So was Melody planting seeds of alibi?
Few quick questions. Based on what you just said, did you not call law enforcement in this case? Do you remember that?
I spoke to law enforcement.
Like, you called them. You had something. Yes, sir.
I spoke to law enforcement. I think it was the week after the 5th. I called and spoke with a detective who was the lead detective on the case. And I told him who I was, I told him what I did, and I told him that he and Gary and I did the same kind of work.
Sure.
And the reason I did that is because when most people think about lawyers, they think about people who spend time in the courtroom and people who spend time involved in litigation, etc. And I called them because I had become aware that the incident after finding Gary had become a homicide investigation. And I wanted to tell the detective, look, what you have to do, and I told him, I said, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, but you need to know what it is we do. And we spend all of our time on the telephone, and we spend all of our time sending emails. So what you need to do is you need to look at our firm's email system and find out when the last time that Gary sent an email was, and if there's nothing after that,
that's when he died.
That's where you need to start. And that's what I told him. So that's when I contacted law enforcement. I never said anything to law enforcement about the conversation that I subsequently had with Melody until I was interviewed a month or so ago.
Do you remember when you called Detective Hayes also that there was something, you had a conversation with Chris, that there were some things that concerned you and you brought that up to Hayes? Do you remember that?
I don't know what.
You were discussing something to the effect of you had a conversation with Chris and some of the knowledge and things that he knew, you just thought, well, I think that's kind of concerning and I think you need to know about that, Detective Hayes. Do you remember that at all?
Possibly I did. I don't know that I'm sitting here trying to think about that. I talked to Detective Hayes. Can't remember how extensively I talked with him about the conversations I'd had with Chris. I had gotten a lot of my information
from
Chris.
Right.
Because Chris contacted me to basically let me know what happened to his dad. I wasn't in Atlanta at that time. I had already moved out of Atlanta to Mobile, and he was kind of telling me what happened, and to a certain extent asking me, what do you think we should do here? And so I relayed to Detective Hayes everything that people had told me.
Sure. But you didn't bring up any of this conversation with Ms. Pickles?
I did not. I did not bring that conversation up with anyone until, like I said,
about a month ago.
The first time I talked to Detective Hayes, to my recollection, was the last time I talked to Detective Hayes. And nobody in between that period of time until a month or so ago ever got in touch with me. So I guess to a certain degree it was kind of out of sight, out of mind. Maybe I should have called them, but I didn't.
Okay. But you can't remember, would it help to listen to the recording of your phone call?
Sure.
To refresh your memory?
Yeah. I mean, again, it was 6 years ago, and, you know, I don't doubt what you're saying. I don't remember. But I do remember what I was striving to do when I talked to Detective Hayes was to relay information to him that I thought would be helpful in the investigation.
We might need just a minute to get that together.
Well, we need to be outside the presence first and then go from there. So, y'all, anything else you want to ask them before we go down that road?
No.
All right, y'all step out.
Roll tape. Roll tape. You may send the jury out of the room. Sorry, I'm having a text message exchange with this scammer. I say he says because I'm like 95% sure this is a guy, even though they always say they're a girl. Hello, Dwayne. Excuse me? I say, don't text good, call better. He says, I'm at the office now. I can't talk. May I ask you something? I replied, new phone, who dis? He says, hello, I'm Anastasia Felicia. Nice to meet you. Are you Dwayne or not? I reply back, on Sundays I fly hot air balloons to Georgia for salad. He replies, what are you talking about? And I say, sorry, that was on the wrong text chain.
Information from over there to over here.
I'm texting lots of people right now. I mixed you up with my probation officer.
In the year 2000, we'll be able to do that.
He says, you must be misunderstanding me. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm trying to reach out to those who are you. I reply, I am me. He says, I'm not sure who you are. I don't seem to remember. And I said, did we meet at the party last week?
I'm going to make you all come to the technology conference with me in December.
Oh, Judge, send me an invite. I'll go. He says,
you might want to know where it is, and then you might change your mind.
He says, I accidentally lost my contact list and I was late in reaching out to you. Your phone number was saved under Dwayne's name, so I contacted you directly.
Mr. Fogus had something to do with it, so, you know, the sound.
And I say,
well, it's not on the displays.
How did you lose your list?
Yeah, well, it's got to be it.
He says, I'm not sure, but I don't think so. I reply, you don't think you lost it? He replies, I'm not exactly sure. It might have been a glitch or an accidental reset, but I noticed all my contacts were gone when I checked. I replied, but it saved mine?
All right, let's pause it and tell them what you're doing.
I'm not done.
At this time, I'm playing a recording that you made of the phone call that you made to Detective Hayes to help refresh your memory.
He recorded.
And Judge, I mean,
recorded the
if you
call.
want, I don't have this timestamp and there's no transcript of this, so I'm going to move it kind of forward. It was towards the end of the interview, I believe. Play the whole thing.
Play the whole thing. Roll it.
17 minutes. What's that? I don't have it admitted, but we'll call this Clark 1.
But I felt like I thought about this over the weekend, and I felt like I should at least relay this information. Gary was my law partner and my friend, and he and and I'm assuming, I know that the remains have not been identified, but I'm assuming that that's who we're talking about. Gary's oldest son, Chris, called me on July 5th in the afternoon. And, after I had heard the news from two of our partners in our Atlanta office. And by the way, I practiced in Atlanta for the last 25 years. I just recently moved out of town to one of our other offices. So I'm somewhat familiar with the Farris property and very familiar with Gary's family.
his children, so on and so forth. But anyway, Chris called me on Thursday afternoon, and he said, I guess you've heard that my father has passed away. And I said, yeah, Chris, I heard, and, you know, I'm so sorry, so on and so forth. And we were just kind of chatting. He was like, you know, I'm trying to figure out what to do. You know, I want to do what my dad would want me to do, so on and so forth. And then during the course of that conversation, you know, we're talking about his father's death. He made at least one comment that kind of made me think, well, why did you say that? And which was, you know, my parents have been having problems, which I knew. You know, Gary was a fairly personal person when it came to his personal life, so he didn't share a lot. But, you know, when you spend so much time with somebody, you pick up on things and so on and so forth. So I thought that was an odd statement during the course of the conversation. You know, when we were talking about his dad passing away, what he should do and how he should take care of things, that's how his dad was going to do, so on and so forth. And that was kind of the gist of that conversation. So I hung up and then came into the office the next day. Chris called me back on Friday morning, and we started talking again. And it was at that point in time, see, we didn't know what had actually happened. And when I say we, I'm talking about people at our law firm and myself and so on and so forth. We all assumed that Gary had passed away from a heart attack. We know that he had been having some medical issues, so on and so forth. So during the course of that conversation, Chris started telling me about what happened. And one of the things that struck me as unusual, and I'm going to tell you basically what he told me, he said that no one had seen Gary on July 4th, and that they all went to the lake and came back and still no one had seen him. And then the next day, which would have been the 5th, one of the grandchildren asked where Gary was, and that's when they started looking for him. And his car was there the whole time, his car keys were there the whole time. And Chris said that he and his brother Scott and Gary's wife Melody started looking around and eventually made their way to a point on the property where, and I don't know if it was a permanent burn pit or something else, but a place where they burned things. And Chris then said a couple of things that really made me, and this is why I'm calling you. First of all, he said, my mother went directly to the pit. I felt like she took us directly there. My brother Scott started stirring around in the pit and said, we need to call 911. Don't look in there. So that's what they did. And then, and this is what I found to be really unusual. Because, and look, I'm not a police officer, I'm not an investigator, etc. But, you know, I watch enough shows on TV to at least think, you know, I have some kind of idea what you guys go through in these investigations. Chris told me, he said, and they told me, he didn't say who they was, they told me that they found a rib bone that had a bullet in it or had been struck by a bullet, that it was a .38 caliber bullet, and that there's a .38 caliber weapon that was on the property that I guess belonged to them that was missing. And I thought about that, and I was thinking to myself, well, during the course of an investigation, I wouldn't think that the people doing the investigation are going to share that kind of information with someone. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just, you know, playing, you know, television detective or whatever. But I would think, that especially if you were one of the people who was on the property, that that's not something that they're going to share with you. So I found that to be odd that he told me that. Maybe I'm just dreaming things up. Maybe I'm conjuring things up. I don't know. But the more I thought about it, the more I was thinking, well, maybe I better tell somebody about that.
Yeah, and there were probably 15, 20 investigators there at any one time, and Scott was actually the one that pointed out to us, when I say us, detectives, that the gun was missing. Scott had discovered the gun a couple weeks ago. During the course of this, he went back to find it and couldn't. So that's how Chris would have known the gun was missing. And we have not identified the caliber of the bullet, so Chris might be assuming it's a 38 because the 38 is missing. So.
And again, detective, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody.
Right. And we do appreciate I appreciate the phone call, and I was just trying, that might explain that.
The other thing that Chris told me, and again, I'm hesitant to tell you this, but everything is that, he told me that he was 95.8% sure that his mother did this. And I said, well, Chris, they'll investigate. I'm sure they'll figure it out, hopefully sooner rather than later. So
95.8.
I don't know whether he's related that to you guys or not. That's what he told me. So those were the kind of conversations. And I had one more conversation with him after that, which was more along the lines of, he indicated to me, I guess, that they had all hired attorneys and so on and so forth. And I have not heard from him since. I'm assuming his attorney probably told him he doesn't need to be talking to anybody. The other thing that I was thinking about, and I wanted to relay to you guys, and hopefully this will be helpful. Again, not trying to do your job or not trying to play, detective. What Gary and I do, we're commercial transactional lawyers. We don't go in the courtroom. We're not people who we deal with primarily with banks, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, BBVA Compass. We represent.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
All right. All right, bring them back in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, they're coming back in. So I said, but it saved mine to this prank caller because it saved my name. And he responds and he says, "This is me, Dwayne," and sends me a picture of a girl, like a flirtatious pose, smiling. And I said, and he said, "Don't you know me?" And I said, "Hi, Dwayne," because I read it as, "This is me, Dwayne." I said, "Hi, Dwayne. I've never met anyone with my name before." And he says, "I'm a little confused now. The people in my phone contacts are mostly my customers, so I think he must be one of them." I say, "What business are you in?" He says, "I'm a shareholder at Golden Gate Capital, a side business in real estate, Dwayne. How about you?" I reply, "I'm a pretend lawyer." Meaning I'm a lawyer for people who pretend things. Not waiting for a response. They pretend I'm a lawyer. I'm their lawyer. Yeah. I think I'm going to ask him if I can share his number with all of you.
You got warm water over there?
Can I share your number with my friends? We share everything.
It is barely comfortable in here.
It is freezing.
I am burning up. I'm about to turn my fan on. No, you touched. I turned it down in the office already.
I didn't touch it.
I can feel the warm air blowing from the.
Tracy's in trouble. Messed with the thermostat.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we get started back, I'm going to take this opportunity just to remind y'all
not to wander off
the things I've been telling y'all, and it's just the reason I'm doing it is just because it refreshed my memory as we were doing it, and I figure it's a good time just to have a little chat with y'all again. Normally, when we send y'all in the back, it's very unlikely that you're going to interact with anyone who knows what happened while y'all were in the back, in the jury room. Unfortunately, with the coverage of this case, there are many sites in which you can view the proceedings that are going on right now.
Judge is watching them all.
And so,
welcome, Your Honor.
It is critically important, and that's why you cannot talk to anyone about the case, because they may be watching the case and they see you're a juror. They're going to want to say something, and especially going to want to talk to you about something that happened outside your presence. And there's a reason it's happening outside your presence, because the rules of evidence, although they may seem strange and arcane, and to some extent they are, there are a reason for the rules, and that's why we follow the rules. And so when we're sending you out on the what's about to happen right here, and I'm just going to tell you what kind of happened right here without going into the specifics, but
sent you up, but
as y'all left, there was a phone conversation with the witness and a detective, and so that was played to the witness so the witness could refresh his recollection. But that's the process. Instead of playing you the message, that's the proper process in doing it. And because it's a recording, we can't show it to him and have him review it, etc. So there may be things that are not otherwise admissible, and that's why we do it outside your presence. And that may come up from time to time and will continue to happen throughout the course of the trial. So that's the whole reason for that, and that's why it's critically important that you not talk to anyone about the case whatsoever. All right, with all that, Mr. Weaver, go ahead.
They're going to be sequestered.
Judge. So after listening to the recording, your memory has been refreshed, yes?
Yes.
All right, and you previously told the jury that you called because your primary purpose of the call, or the only purpose of the call, was to discuss, the nature of being a transactional lawyer. But there was a first part to that phone call, and could you tell the jury what that is?
Well,
do we need the so on and so forth counter?
Let's contain that too, and I asked you, what did you want to call and relay about Chris that you found to be concerning?
I don't know that I was necessarily calling about Chris, but what I was calling about was things that had been relayed to me from Chris that I found to be concerning under the circumstances based on where the matter was at the time.
Which would have been the 6th, I believe, Friday?
So my recollection is that, and actually thank you for playing that, because it reminded me that the 5th was a Thursday.
Correct. And yes, sir, we have a calendar right here to look at to refresh your memory.
Right, not Friday. I think I said Friday earlier, but it was actually, so Tuesday was the 3rd, Wednesday was the 4th, the 5th was the day that they found Gary's body.
Correct.
And so, and I'm sorry, what was your question again?
My question is what did you relay to Detective Hayes about the conversation you'd had with Chris?
All right, so I relayed
to
Detective Hayes that I found concerning some of the things that had been relayed to me by Chris in that conversation. And my concern was based on not the fact that it was coming from Chris per se, but I was kind of concerned about, okay, this is early in the investigation, so where is this information coming from? It seems to me that, again, and you heard in the conversation, based on just common sense and somewhat limited knowledge about police investigations, I always thought that the investigators would hold things very close to the vest and not relay any information to anybody whatsoever, especially somebody like the deceased son who's on the property.
And that information was that he had relayed to you that a .38 was missing in the house, yes?
Yes.
And that a .38 special bullet was pulled from his father's.
I don't know if you said special. It was .38, yeah.
.38 was pulled from his father.
Yes.
And Detective Hayes said back to you, we don't even know the type of bullet involved in this case.
In that conversation he did. But he also said that, that the information was...
Said to you.
Well, but okay, I got you. I understand.
Unless prompted.
It's like, well, but no, don't argue with the judge.
That's all, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else?
Just briefly, Judge. after speaking with Detective Hayes, you spoke with Chris, and then you relayed what Chris had communicated to you to Detective Hayes. Is that accurate?
Say that again?
You spoke with Chris had called you, and then you relayed what you heard from Chris to Detective Hayes.
Correct.
And the information that Chris was telling you, you weren't sure anyone should know or would know.
Right.
Okay.
I was simply relaying to Detective Hayes what had been communicated to me. That's all I was doing.
And then after speaking with Detective Hayes further, did you have any other concerns regarding that conversation?
No. I mean, no. I was trying to be very factually based in what I communicated to Detective Hayes. I knew that it was early on in the investigation. I myself had just found out that this was a homicide investigation, and I was completely shocked by that because, again, we all believed that Gary had suffered some type of heart attack or a stroke or something like that, and had fallen over and burned up in a fire. And then we find out a day later that no, Gary was killed. He was shot. And so once I found that out, and after information had been relayed to me, I just thought it was important to tell the detective what people had told me. Especially because it was just right there, the 5th.
Wait.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Anything else? No. All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir. All right, call your next witness.
State calls Eric Derocker.
Eric Derocker. The funny thing, Patrick is literally calling the police saying, "Hey, I need to tell you what Chris said the police told him." Because I don't think the police would tell you that. Nothing new there. Other than the confirmation about the fact that, hey, this is somebody from the law firm as well. You can tell. He has the walk of a lawyer who has never argued a case in court.
Yes.
This has got to be another lawyer.
Mr. Derocker, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. And if you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Derocker.
Mr. Derocker, what is it that you do for a living?
I'm a lawyer.
Where are you a lawyer?
Called it.
I'm a lawyer with Burr and Foreman.
What kind of law is that?
We're a full-service commercial law firm with offices throughout the Southeast.
How long have you been with Burr and Foreman?
25 years.
Did you have the opportunity to know Gary Farris?
I did. I worked with Gary. Gary Farris hired me at Burr and Foreman.
When was that?
I started March 1st, 1999.
And do you work here in the Atlanta office or somewhere else?
I work in the Atlanta office.
Mr. Derocker, could you please tell the jury when you first heard about Mr. Farris's remains being discovered?
Sure. It was July 5th. I was at work, and I heard the news from Angela Phillips, who works in my office. She was upset, and myself and another attorney in my office took her into a conference room to talk to her, and that's when we heard that Gary's body was found on the burn pile.
Can you tell the jury about your relationship with Gary?
Sure. We were friends. We were co-workers. Like I said, he hired me. He trained me. So we worked closely together for a number of years, and I owe a lot to who I am as a lawyer to Gary.
Would you all share personal information about your families to each other?
Small talk. We would talk about our families, what's going on with kids. My kids were younger than his, so he could be a source of wisdom, having gone through it before. But that was about it.
Can you tell the jury, please, about when you found out that Gary was in fact murdered?
Loud car.
It was sometime after July 5th. I can't remember the exact date, but I can remember it was in the context of that a bullet had been found in his rib.
Who was it that told you that information, that relayed that to you?
It was a company email.
I can't remember who exactly told me that.
Was it someone from the family or somebody else, like law enforcement?
Just going back, I can't remember if it was someone from the family or law enforcement. I talked to both a good bit during those early days.
Who did you communicate with from the family?
Around that, what I'll call early to mid-July period, I had a number of conversations with Melody Farris, and then I had one conversation with Amanda Farris.
Tell the jury about your conversations with Melody Farris during that time in July.
Sure. We had an early conversation. Melody, in fact, might have reached out to me as returning a phone call that I had placed just to see how everything was going. I'm just trying to think of exactly what we discussed, but it was whether they had heard anything about Gary, what was going on. And like I said, it was, I think that day, later that day, that she and I spoke, and confirmation that Gary was found on the burn pile. And she also offered that there was no foul play involved.
When was that phone? Do you recall what date that phone call was?
Yes, that was later in the day, on July 5th. I had spoken with Angela around midday, around noon. She had gotten the news from, I believe, from Amanda. And then later in the day is when I spoke with Melody.
Did you know anything about Gary's spells?
Yes, I knew some about those.
Did most of the people in the office generally know that he would have those moments?
A number of us did, yes.
Did you ever see him have one of those?
Not personally where I saw the spell as if you were to have one right now, but I was around when he was in his office. I knew he was laying down because he was having one.
And did you have a subsequent conversation with Miss Farris after that call on the 5th?
We had a few conversations. We had that first one on the 5th, and a few after that. Police were at the house looking through things, had taken the phones. Once she had called me from a neighbor's house. I believe I even supplied her with the name of a criminal lawyer as well.
What was your relationship like with Melody Farris during this time?
Fine, I would say cordial. We didn't spend a lot of time with each other, but we would see one another at firm events from time to time.
Did she ask you any questions about Gary's finances or documents in the office or anything of that nature?
It came up in one of the calls in the context of she did not want anyone to come in to take papers or to go through any affairs, that she was reluctant to have Emily Farris or her husband come in and to do anything, so that her preference was that we wouldn't let anyone into the office.
That's something she expressed to you over one of the phone calls?
Correct.
Did she volunteer information about her whereabouts from the 4th or the 5th?
Yes. She had told me that they were at the lake, I believe all day on the 4th, that they hadn't gotten back until late, didn't think about seeing where Gary was until the next morning when the grandkids were asking where Big Daddy was. which he told me that's what the grandkids called Gary. And it was at that point that they realized he wasn't in the house, and that Chris and Scott went looking to try to find him. His phone and his keys were in the house, so they weren't sure where he was.
After the days following finding Mr. Ferris's remains, did you speak with law enforcement as well?
I did.
And did law enforcement ever come to the office and gather documents from the office? Did your firm provide documents as well?
Yes, they came to the office. We met with them. We showed them where the office was. They requested certain documents from us, which we had our IT group help to download from the computer that could be sent to them.
So even those lawyers needed IT help.
At this time, Judge State would move to tender State's exhibits Derocker 1, 2, and 3.
No objection.
All right, they're met.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Mr. Derocker, if you could please review these. I'm going to pull them up on the computer.
This particular scam that they're trying to run on me on the phone here, the text message, they try to get you over onto Telegram, and I refuse to do that. I'm not going to connect on Telegram because I think they can send files that can cause problems. I don't know exactly what the problem is, but I won't do it. And so they keep trying to get me to contact them on Telegram.
Okay,
and
I'm pulling up Derocker
stretch out the
1.
conversation on text message.
What is it that we are looking at here in State's exhibit Derocker 1?
It's a stack of papers that's entitled Current Elections and Beneficiary Designations. And when I turn the page, it looks like the type of information that we have to fill out on an annual basis for enrollment in our benefit plans.
Benefit plans?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these Mr. Ferris's benefit plans?
It says so. It says Benefit Plan Enrollment, Gary W. Farris.
Okay, and these came from your office. Is that accurate?
Yes, I had requested these from HR.
And so these are benefits that Mr. Ferris elected himself into.
That's correct. We have a pretty robust benefit plan at our law firm, and so you can buy additional or you get a certain baseline, and then you have to fill out some information such as beneficiary designations.
And do the partners get additional options for benefits?
There's some additional life insurance that you can purchase. That's correct, both in terms of life, accidental death and disability, and long-term disability.
And does it appear that Mr. Ferris elected into basic term life, accidental death
there's
policy?
the money. That's where we're at.
It does appear he paid the premium to opt into the optional accidental death and disability.
$1.7 million?
As well as the buy-up for the life insurance policy.
Okay. And then he also, it appears that he signed up for an optional accidental death at
Correct.
the bottom. Okay. Okay, we're going to move on. Let's see here. Okay, it's a little slow moving.
His total
Okay.
monthly deductions?
This next
$1,900.
page appears to be the beneficiaries of Mr. Ferris's policies.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Okay, and who is that beneficiary?
It appears there's one current beneficiary, and it's Melody Farris for 100% of the primary percentage.
That scroll wheel is so slow. He waived his dental, vision, and optional life. He waived some other plans.
This appears to be a summary of some sort for the previous year, maybe.
My chat has stopped working.
It appears so. It looked like the prior page was the 2017 coverage. Looks like this page that you're scrolling through is the 2018 benefits coverage.
Okay. So you have to re-enroll into these benefits every year.
That is correct. I think it's in January, but once a year you have to re-up even if you just want to keep the same coverage or to change it.
And that's typically what people call open enrollment period.
That's exactly right.
And everybody does it at the last minute.
Correct.
Okay. Go to... All right. It appears that did your firm do the highlighting for the current information?
That I don't know.
Okay. This appears to be when Melody Ferris was added as beneficiary in 2012. And then he edited his profile. All right. We will go on to the... So primary beneficiaries here under the profit sharing. Now, what is the profit sharing?
Sure. As a partner in the firm, we're all enrolled in the profit sharing plan where a percentage of the profits are put into the plan, and you can also go up to a statutory maximum each year with your own dollars, but regardless of whether you make contributions, so much of the profit of the firm will be put in on a quarterly basis for the benefit of all the partners.
And this states that the beneficiary effective date was April 10th, 2018, and it was Melody Ferris. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to open Derocker 3, which is sort of a nice little summary of what we were just looking at. This was provided by your firm as well.
That is correct.
And this breaks it down through your carrier of Lincoln Financial, and it appears to be Gary Ferris's enrollment for each term life, accidental death, equity partner, the buy-up, and the optional. Is that true? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. So that just says how much each coverage is, and then this is a separate one down here. Is that accurate?
That's the profit sharing plan, and our custodian of record is Empower.
Okay. And so Melody appears to be the beneficiary of all of those as well.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you describe Mr. Ferris's work ethic with the firm?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Gary had a sterling reputation in the legal community.
$2 million benefit.
I don't know if you've heard this already, but he practiced in an area that's called commercial real estate and worked with a lot of banks and financial institutions. He was incredibly intelligent, responsive, and very practical minded at the same time, which is always a unique combination of skills in a lawyer.
Would he and would the individuals in your firm often work on holidays?
Yes.
Was he fairly prompt with responding to emails?
Absolutely. To be a good lawyer, you have to be prompt in responding to clients.
Banks don't work on holidays. Why would he work on holidays? Lots of billable hours. Yes.
Go back to these numbers here and the amount of coverage. So for the term life, it appears to be $500,000, Then the accidental death, the group accidental death is another $500,000. The life equity partners, $400,000, so we're at $1.4 million, and then the buy up is another $300,000, so that's 1.7, and then the optional accidental death is another 500, so that would be 2.2.
That's right. It looks about it to be $1 million of accidental death and disability, and then in terms of life insurance, it's, what would that be? 1.2.
That's all I have for you, Mr. Derocker. Thank you so much.
What could defense possibly
Good
have
afternoon,
on this?
Mr. Derocker. My name's John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. I want to go back and talk to you briefly how do I turn it? Megan, how did you turn this? Why it wouldn't be turned on the document.
Why do you think?
One thing we have definitely established in this jury is technology does not work.
For lawyers.
Thank you, Michael. Nothing works. Okay, right here, this highlighted portion, we're talking about something in 2012, and it looks like we've moved Miss Farris from a contingent to a primary. Is that what that means?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, so that means prior to that, she was not the primary beneficiary of any of his life insurance.
She would be a contingent beneficiary, which means if something were to happen, if one of the primary beneficiaries were predeceased, then the residual would go to the contingent beneficiary.
Did you have records, or did you know who was the primary prior to Melody becoming the primary in 2012?
I would assume our HR people have that, but okay. I don't know that.
You don't know. But we do know that as of 2012, she was moved from the contingent to the primary.
That's what this appears to show, yes, sir.
Okay. And I know the jury's loving hearing about all these numbers, but I've got one more question and I will sit down. Can you explain to me how the profit sharing system at Byrne Foreman worked, and what was Gary's percentage? We've never known.
Well, let's see if I can explain it. Yes, each year you can contribute so much of your own money. I don't know in this time period, but maybe it was up to, let's say, $15,000, and then if you were 50, you can do a catch-up every year of maybe an additional $5,000. And Congress sets that amount, and it goes up each year. But then separate and apart from that, the firm will put so much money into the profit-sharing plan, pretty much an equal amount for all partners. So, for example, my firm just made the third quarter profit-sharing plan contribution. Today I got an email, and it would have everyone's name, and it would show the amount put in on a quarterly basis, and it's the same for each equity partner in the firm.
Okay. So they get every equity partner gets the same amount?
That is correct. And then on top of that, an equity partner can make an individual decision whether they want to contribute some of their own money on a pre-tax basis.
Okay, that's all I have.
Hang on, so the partners are putting money in and they're getting money back out?
All right, you sit down. Thank you, sir.
Should I leave the exhibits here or hand them
Yes.
back?
You don't take them home with you. This isn't like
You can give them to Miss Frankie.
I'll take them. Thank you.
All right, call your next witness.
Judge, next witness is a little lengthy. You want to go
It's
with that?
just 2:30. Let's go a little bit.
Dr. Gooding.
All right.
Dr. Gooding? Okay, I'm still... The scammer is trying to get rid of me now. He's saying, anyway,
Sir.
I'm busy right now.
Yes, sir.
Can we talk more on my personal account? Please download it. It's trying to get me to download Telegram, which I'm not going to do. I'll share this entire text chain.
Ready to break? All right. All good. I just had one of you break. All good.
Her glances at the camera are so quick. Except for that one. That was a little longer. And now we're back to the clock. Why? Why are we back on the clock? Let's glance for a stare. I'm going to unplug the counter. I'm going to try to plug in my phone instead and let you see my phone, which I'll need to turn on Do Not Disturb. So that nobody's information gets up there. While they're waiting, let's see. Let's go to camera 6. All right. We've got audio turned on. When Court comes back, we will hear it. But in the meanwhile, here's my text exchange with the scammer. They said I could share their number with you, so I don't mind it being on the screen. Hello, Dwayne. Excuse me. Don't call good. Text good. Call better. I'm at the office now. Can't talk. May I ask you something? New phone. Who dis? Oh, hello. I'm Anastasia Felicia. Nice to meet you. I pretend I didn't hear that. Are you Dwayne or not? On Sundays, I fly hot air balloons to Georgia for salad. What are you talking about? Sorry, that was the wrong text chain. I'm texting lots of people right now. I mixed you up with my probation officer. You must be misunderstanding me. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm trying to reach out to those who are you. I am me. I'm not sure who you are. I don't seem to remember. Did we meet at the party last week? I accidentally lost my contact list and I was late in reaching out to you. Your phone number was saved under Dwayne's name, so I contacted you directly. How did you lose your list? I say. I'm in green, by the way. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. You don't think you lost it? I'm not exactly sure. I might have been a glitch or an accidental reset, but I noticed all my contacts were gone then when I checked. But it saved mine? This is me, Dwayne, it says. And then it sends a picture of this girl. Don't you know me? And I said, hi, Dwayne. I've never met someone with my name before. He says, I'm a little confused now. The people in my phone contacts are mostly my customers, so I think you must be one of them. I say, what business are you in? I'm a shareholder at Golden Gate Capital, a side business in real estate, Dwayne. How about you? I say, I'm a pretend lawyer, meaning I'm a lawyer for people who pretend things. Can I share your number with my friends? We share everything. Oh, you're a lawyer. Impressive. Maybe my sister contacted you when she got divorced. Sister's divorced. I say, you have a sister? What does she look like? Knowing that she's going to bite on this. Can we talk through my personal Telegram account? I don't feel comfortable using these apps because this is my business number and I'm in the office now. I'm like, well, you reached out to me, right? I said, but you have a pic of her? Yeah, I have. She gives me Maritran, whatever her Telegram. And I said, it didn't come through. This is my Telegram account, Dwayne. I don't know how to send a telegram. Is that like a postcard? I said. He says, it's okay. You can share my number with your friends, but this is my business number. I hope you'll contact me on Telegram. I say, did you send your sister's picture? And then I get this picture. And it says, I sent my photo a while ago, but the image only just arrived because the internet connection is bad. Sorry about that. And then sends another picture. This is my sister, Dwayne. I said, that must be confusing. How did your parents tell you apart? I said, why? He says, why? We don't look like twins. Haha, she's 6 years younger than me. I said, I mean the names, both being Dwayne. Then it goes on for an advertisement for Telegram. Telegram is just a free communication app, and it's an international accepted, convenient, and safe chat app which got 1 billion users. And you know, it has some cool extras like other apps like secret chats, cloud storage, and bigger group chats. I always use Telegram to communicate with my family and friends. And I say, how does your sister like the iPhone? Because she's holding an iPhone in both pictures. I've been thinking about upgrading my phone. What mod? I said mode does she have? I meant model. Now she's using her phone, which is the iPhone 16 Pro Max. You can search for information about the iPhone from the company. And I say, has she had any problems with it? I've heard some people are returning them. He says, anyway, I'm busy right now. We can talk more on my personal account. Please download it. And they send a link, which I'm never going to click on. And then I say, I'm glad we met. I'll text you here later. We can talk much more. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, scammers are a lot of fun. I will text them till they beg for peace. That's what I'm going to do. With all the Dwaynes, that must be confusing. Well, she says, this is me, Dwayne. I'm like, hey, Dwayne. Yeah. What? Oh, my son says you left Do Not Disturb on. You're not going to get any more messages. Okay. I'm back off Do Not Disturb. Yes, the rest of us were watching a trial, says Katie Bug. Yeah, but you could watch the clock or hear about my prank calls. Next scam call suggestion, keep interrupting when they try to talk as if you can't hear them. That's hard for me to do. It's like, it's out of my nature. I always try to listen. Scammers stopped messaging my father because he ignores messages, and the one he gets, he reads days later. The doctor was walking in, and we suddenly went to a break. They showed us the wall. This is Dr. Gooding. Right? We were waiting for Dr. Gooding. I'm not sure why, but he's on our list of watch fors. I thought you were Dwayne. Yes, in this exchange, they think I'm Dwayne. Although it's very likely that the Dwayne they think I am literally just passed away last week. Thanks, Greeners, for the mortuary link. Tell them you have to go pay your servants. That will get them excited. Tell them your maid will get angry otherwise. M3. I'm aware of this. I've actually done some fairly extensive training on social engineering in the IT security world, and that's why I'm very, very deliberate in what I share and how. Typical doctor makes you wait, says Confused Polar Bear. Of course, they call the doctor, and now we're in the waiting room. Tell them you're with the CIA, you investigate international fraud. I've done that before, not that I'm with the CIA, just that we're investigating international fraud rings that are pretending to be legitimate businesses. I think we took a break, but I don't know why. Let's go back. Tell you what, let me check the last thing that happened before break. We had waiting for some audio here. Okay, let's jump to this really quickly. This is replay. That was our witness that just left. Makes a grand exit. No one's watching you.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Ready to break? All right.
Ready to break. All right.
All good.
So Dr. Gooding, she's going to be here. The bailiff was walking her in. I think that was a bailiff. But we're in break right now. So that's why we're looking at the clock. So we're currently on break. I don't know why. Do you know why Melody never stands for the jury? No, but I think it's notable. We notice it. I think the jury notices as well. Let me take a look up at the Sarah Boone filing that Amber sent me here. Of course, she sent it in mod chat, so I have to scroll back a long way through chat. Here we go. Found it. It's only 3 pages long. Give me just 1 second. Let's send it to this guy. It's called The State's Response to Motion in Limine. And do you guys see this? There we go. All right, this is the latest filing in the Sarah Boone case. State's objection and motion in limine to exclude decedent's medical records. So I had that backwards. It's their motion to exclude her medical records. Comes now the state of Florida by and through the undersigned assistant state attorney and states and alleges as follows. What happened with Haley? I tried to find it, but life and work goes hectic. Miss being able to watch all the time when I was SAH Dogma. I don't know what the last part is. Haley, her case isn't all the way over, but her GoFundMe reached, I think, like 27,000 or something, and it looks like that money's going to be used to pay the lease for the remainder of the lease. So her ex-boyfriend will be released from the lease, and then she'll also have some money to get started in life. That's where she's at. All right, stay-at-home dog mom. Okay, SAH Dog Mom. Thank you, Ashley. And thank you for the generous super chat as well, KRH. Comes now the state received this. Oh, tonight the state received 550 pages of medical records regarding medical treatment and decedent received in 2017 and 2018. The defendant acquired these records in January of 2022. The state adopts all the arguments and authority cited in state's motion in limine to exclude battered spouse syndrome evidence and exclude mention of battered spouse syndrome evidence until the defendant testifies to a justifiable use of deadly force. The defendant, even in her most recent iteration of what happened on February 23rd, 2020, has not set forth the legal grounds to claim self-defense. Assuming that she does so at trial with a different version of events, oh my goodness, the spice, then prior incidents of violence committed by this decedent that she was aware of would be admissible to show the reasonableness of her fear of imminent great bodily harm or death. These records are irrelevant. 487 pages regard an incident on December 24th, that's Christmas Eve, 2017, where the decedent was so badly beaten that he needed facial reconstruction surgery. George? This is not relevant to whether the decedent committed a prior act of violence that the defendant was aware of occurring. If the incident that resulted in these injuries is somehow made relevant, the severity of the decedent's injuries is not relevant. If the severity of these injuries is somehow relevant, then the defendant should narrow it down to the pertinent narrative history of what the decedent said happened and the treatment provided. This could be done in a handful of pages. The 2018 incident is also not relevant. The history provided by the decedent was that he put his hand through a glass window the day before, and his wife made him go to the doctor the next day. He received 2 sutures, to close a 4.5 centimeter laceration. That's a big cut with only 2 stitches. Maybe some glue was used as well. Because that's nearly 2 inches. That's like 1 stitch per inch. That's a very stingy doctor with the stitches. Assuming that the defendant testifies in a manner to make the incident relevant, a couple of pages of these records with the narrative of what allegedly happened and the treatment provided is sufficient to corroborate her testimony. Burying the jury with 550 pages of records when nearly all of them are irrelevant, when giving the defendant every benefit of the doubt on relevancy, is unnecessary, and the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of issues, misleading the jury, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. Florida Statute 90.403. Therefore, the state objects to these records, barring their relevance being established at trial and their probative value not being substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of issues, misleading the jury, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. I certify a copy has been furnished to James Owens, attorney at law of Sarah Boone, and Kevin Beck, and Tony Henderson Law Firm. There you go. Signed by William. Okay, so they don't want 550 pages of medical evidence brought in now, of all times. Like literally the eve of trial, they want to submit. 2 sutures, maybe millimeters. Two and a half centimeters equals an inch. So 4.5 centimeters. If it were 5 centimeters, it would have been 2 inches. So it's just shy of 2 inches. It's like 1 3/4 inches, roughly. Only it's 1 4/5 inches. Does that make sense? Shouldn't be allowed this late in the game. I think that's what the judge is going to side with. He's going to say, hang on, why are we just hearing about this now? But it's George's medical records. Yeah, and George was the one that required surgery, reconstructive surgery. How does that go to help Sarah's argument that she was afraid of George? Okay. So it's the state that is fighting. If I read this right, hang on one second. The state is fighting George's medical records. I had 8 taken out for 1.5 inches yesterday. See, that makes more sense. All right, I don't know how long not how long this break is, but the scammer is not texting me back. I have to ask a question that will tease them enough to get them to re-engage, but not move me any closer to getting on Telegram. This is a good idea, Mom F3. But then I have to have a question ready. I think it should be about food. Would it be appropriate? See how quickly they respond. That's I'm gonna have to close this window. These cars driving by are just noisy today. And it's freezing in here. Did I mention that? Have you ever drank Bailey's from a shoe? Play your new stretching song. Oh, pineapple on a pizza. Heard the birds, not the cars. I try to mute when the cars are going by. Let me see if I can find some music. The one we didn't play yesterday. Which one was that? That was we played Can't Go Back to Vegas and Big Dill. I think we did not play Final Judgment Affirmed. That's it. We'll listen to this.
The final judgment comes to this court with a presumption of correctness, and the hospital bears the burden to show reversible error. The pre-trial and post-trial orders show the trial court's careful and thorough analysis of the applicable law and its application to the issues after dismissing with prejudice or granting summary judgment in the hospital's favor as to 21 claims in several instances based on Chapter 39 immunity. The court conducted a fair and balanced trial on the remaining claims. The hospital maintained throughout that it did nothing wrong. The Kowalskis were not injured, at least not badly. It was only following DCF orders, and the jury in the trial court simply did not understand its case. The hospital now doubles down on these contentions, showing it still does not get how atrocious its conduct was. It seeks to eliminate factual issues the jury decided against it, such as whether it engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct, or whether it was deceptive in its billings, contrary to how appellate courts view facts. After a verdict, the hospital either construes disputed facts in its favor, or simply proclaims there was no evidence. None of these assertions is correct. The hospital's arguments should be rejected and a final judgment affirmed.
There we go. That was the latest filing in the Maya trial. That was the last filing in the Maya trial, as sung by AI. The scam song is the best. It's pretty good. Oh no! Now I've been added to a WhatsApp group by somebody. I need to get out of that. Exit group. Exit and report. Report sent. There we go. All right. Final judgment should be affirmed. Best line ever. I don't know what the salad was this lunch. Hang on. It was baby spinach, which is basically parsley. No, not parsley. It was like bay leaves is what it was. Bay leaves. REI Speedwagon. It's like REO. What is the date and the name of the stream that had the actual scam call on it? It was a week ago. Was last Friday? I think it was Friday. It might have been Thursday. I ate what seemed like a salad of bay leaves. It was very strong flavored spinach. Still can't believe Sarah Boone turned down the plea offer. I wonder if she's mad at her lawyers because they keep saying, "Hey, think this over. Think this over. You might want to consider, accepting this offer." It should be out in 10 years, maybe sooner on good behavior. I don't know how Florida works on that one, but I think bay leaves are actually only consumed by like koalas or something. They're not really meant for human consumption. They're put in for seasoning, but their texture and or flavor are terrible. Except she doesn't behave well in jail. Yeah, she wouldn't probably get out on good behavior. She's already got a couple run-ins with the jailers. Jules said Boone gave her lawyer a Post-it note and he crumbled it up. Oh. They're not even on speaking terms, I bet. That's eucalyptus leaves. It's pretty much the same thing, isn't it? Koalas eat eucalyptus. Koalas eat bamboo. I know koalas, like when they have like zoos where koala food does not exist, they have to fly it in fresh. It's very expensive to have a koala in a zoo. It's not like an elephant where you can just feed it hay and call it good. I burn bay leaves to get rid of bad juju in the house. Bay leaves are used to deter werewolves. I think lawyer, Peter said she'd get 8 more years and out in 5 if she'd taken the plea. Isn't that a no-brainer? It seems like it. I mean, Florida juries can do just about anything. We've seen some crazy stuff happen out of Florida, but is that clock crooked? By like 2 degrees? The base needs to be bumped a little bit to the left. Now I can't unsee that. Oh, he responded. I said, I'm glad we met. I'll text you here later and we can talk much more. I forgot to ask you a question. And he says, I think fate brings us together. Nice to meet you anyway. Yes, you can. Now I have to ask the question. Is it pineapple on pizza? Do you like pineapple on a pizza? Pineapple on a pizza. We're not going to go with what you're wearing. No, that takes this chat in an area where we don't go.
Press 2.
Hello, this is Scott.
Yes, keep it going. Just keep it going with it. I'm the only one that really loves it. I dropped a plate earlier about this. I love this kind of stuff. Keep it going.
Awesome. Thanks, Donnie. Bye. Donnie always encourages me when we are invested with a scammer. Tell them you have $50,000 to invest in crypto. Have you ever had shoe chicken? Did the no, the firearm witness is not. Now I had to reach out to her over Facebook. The back door. I need this door closed. Let's see. And it shows that it has been delivered, but it has not been read yet. It's my son coming back from work. I did reach out to her and say basically, hey, we watched your testimony in this case. We'd like to have you on as a guest on the program. to talk about your job in general. No, nothing specific related to this case. Because I know she wouldn't be able to talk about an ongoing case. It's a long break. Let me see when we started. We already took lunch. Check this out. This is how long the break's gone. There we are. That's where we are right now. So it's been a full half hour. That was kind of cool. I was just spinning the wheel, the fast forward wheel. Oh. Hang on. Do you like pineapple on a pizza? Yeah, she is fine and has escaped from her nightmare. Now he's starting to send me random things. I'm going to say I had a nightmare once. I was speaking to a large crowd. About something really important, and I lost my notes. Oh, I like pizza, and you? Do you like Chinese food? Is what they said. I'm going to say send pictures of Chinese food. I like some of it, but I don't know the names. See if we get some Chinese pictures on our scam. Why did the clock move? Oh, we're back. That's why. Microphone was turned on and it almost typed if we get some pictures of Chinese food from the scammer in there. Do you know when clocks or watches are photographed for advertisements, they will either be 10:10 or 1:50. The arms of the clock resemble smiles. It's like subliminal messages. There is Dr. Gooding up on the stand. I think we're going to bring the jury in, right?
If you will bring the jury.
Melody looks a little bored. Where is the best place to get Chinese food? Question mark. I'm going to say Panda Express with question marks. Everyone else is standing, so the jury should be coming in. I don't know why our texts are not showing up on screen.
Do it, and we'll wait for you, or I'll send everybody back out. All right, go ahead.
Please, the court counsel, this time the state calls Dr. Alice F. Gooding. Dr. Gooding, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat.
Dr. Alice F. Gooding.
Thank you for being here today. Dr. Gooding, state your full name for the record, if you would.
It's Alice F. Gooding, Gooding.
Dr. Gooding, what is your title and what do you do every day when you're not in court?
It's doctor.
I'm an associate professor of anthropology at Kennesaw State University and the forensic anthropologist for the state of Georgia at large.
And how long do you teach classes every day? Is that something you carry a full caseload, or how do you do?
Being a professor is my full-time job, except for classes canceled today.
Now, sometimes you do forensic skeletal recovery and analysis. Is that right?
That's correct.
How did you get into that? What got you to do that? Was it an interest you had in a young age, or did you pick it up later in life, or what got you into this type of work?
I wanted to be a medical doctor, but I didn't want my patients to talk back to me.
Fair enough.
Oh my goodness.
If you don't mind, just tell the jury your educational background through whatever degrees you have now.
I got my bachelor's in anthropology at Occidental College in Los Angeles, my master's in archaeological resource management from the University of Georgia, and my PhD in biological anthropology from the University of Tennessee, and I'm a board-certified forensic anthropologist, number 160.
Number 160.
Biological anthropology.
And how many years total were you actually in a classroom or school setting?
I feel blurry.
After high school?
Focus.
Yeah, so 4 years undergraduate, and how many years after that?
There we go.
Some quick math would be probably close to 10.
And how many people actually do what you do for a living? Fine to today.
For reference, I am the only forensic anthropologist in the state of Georgia, so very few.
And how long have you been doing that here in the state of Georgia?
This is my 10th year.
Do you travel anywhere else for your job when you're an expert?
I have traveled, but only when the jurisdiction is in Georgia and the case is tried somewhere else.
Typically, just in a nutshell, what kind of things do you do in your line of work?
On the forensic anthropology side?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
My responsibilities are to sometimes recover remains at a scene. In a lab setting, they are to analyze the remains, inventory them, and analyze the presentation in front of me.
To do your work outside just having the formal education, is there anything else that you do to have the skills and knowledge in order to be a forensic anthropologist?
I attend continuing education courses, yearly scientific conferences, do scientific work that's published in journals, and present at scientific conferences.
And what is a forensic anthropologist?
A forensic anthropologist uses skeletal biology to learn who someone was based on their skeleton and what happened to them.
And how do you go about gaining the knowledge and what you do trying to identify the skeletal remains? Is that a lot of, did you have not just book knowledge, but hands-on practical experience and training with that?
That's correct.
So tell the jury about that, how you learn to do your job.
A lot of my classes and training are hands-on in nature with case analyses, peer-reviewed reports, things where you get feedback on the physical work that you're doing.
I know you said there's not many people that do your job, but is there a branch of the science that you do that's related to what you do, but not necessarily your expertise, but is kind of in the same area?
Biological anthropology is the larger subfield under which forensic anthropology falls.
And do you know how many people total in the United States do something similar to what you do?
Probably a couple of thousand.
Do y'all have conferences or any professional organizations that you're a member of?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. What type of things would those be?
I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the American Board of Forensic Anthropology, the American Association of Biological Anthropologists, the Georgia Academy of Science. I think that's it.
Have you ever been called upon, whether it's in some type of legal case or a criminal setting or a trial setting, to give opinions, expert opinions in forensic anthropology?
Yes.
How many times have you been deemed an expert in our course? Do you know?
5.
Just this time, I tender in Dr. Goon is an expert in forensic anthropology.
No objection as to that.
All right. She's deemed to be an expert.
Now
As I've
6.
told you all, she can testify to things that are, give her opinion as to things in her area of expertise. All right, go ahead.
Okay, we've got the foundation now, so let's talk about really, when it comes to forensics anthropology, when I say forensics, what does that mean to you?
Forensics is a large field of different scientific subdisciplines like blood analysis, fingerprint analysis. My specialty is just the bones.
And when you combine that with anthropology, how does that in a practical sense come out in your everyday life? Do you work with law enforcement? Do you work with other agencies when trying to figure out what when the remains are found, what they are?
I work on a contract basis, which means when the Georgia Bureau of Investigation has a case that is primarily bones, the medical examiner will review it and then reach out to me to do an anthropological analysis.
Now, as a PhD doctor, you don't have a badge, you carry around a gun or anything like that, do you?
I do not.
Are you separate and independent of law enforcement?
That's correct.
If you go to a scene, you're working with law enforcement, do you have your own protocols and procedures that you follow to be objective regardless of what they do?
That's correct.
Would you have any problem whatsoever with telling law enforcement, stay out of my lane, or disagree with them when it comes to your science and what you do?
Look at this.
I do not.
Okay. But do you work well with law enforcement?
Absolutely.
Are you involved at all with training law enforcement or giving continuing legal education classes with law enforcement agencies and state workers in this area?
I do.
Do you work with crime scene investigators at times or teach them?
I do.
What type of teaching or things do you do with people like that? Is there anything that you do every year, or is it kind of just on when they need something, they ask you to teach it?
Every year at Kennesaw State University, we offer a training series for law enforcement, coroners, medical examiners, crime scene technicians, anybody in the medical legal field. We teach them to recover bodies from clandestine scenes, which is anywhere that you would not expect a body to be. And we cover the training from classroom all the way out into the field. So we have a field-based learning experience for them.
I would imagine, is it not at times that your objective when you're brought in as a scientist may be different from what law enforcement is trying to achieve at a scene? In the sense that scientifically, when you're not interested in per se catching a suspect or someone that did this. When you're called to this scene, is it kind of a very particular task they're asking you to do, or a very small part of their case?
That's correct. I have no. It's outside the scope of my science to be interested in perpetrators.
So you're not involved in the interviews with people or trying to identify suspects or chase people down or apprehend anybody. You're just really based on the location, the loci, what is there, and the remains usually in a case.
That's correct.
Now, did you know the officers in this case that they took, I believe, a class of yours, and that's how they remember to call you?
Yes.
And I want to talk about case specifics in this case. Do you remember when you were called and what date that was?
It was July 5th, 2018.
Do you remember who called you or how you were called into the case?
Sergeant Shaw of, I believe it's Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, probably placed a call or a text to me to request my assistance on a case.
How often during the year are you being called out on things?
Less so than I used to be. It used to be a couple of times a year, but I've out-trained myself a little bit. They don't need my help as much.
Do you, when you do this type of work, if you can just tell the jury if you were called out, let's say you were just called out to any scene, what things do you take with you? First of all, how do you get there? Do you have your own vehicle? Do you have tools and things that you take to the scene? What's that like?
I have a personal vehicle, and I have a large trunk full of equipment and supplies that I bring myself.
Do you ever take anybody with you when you're doing scenes?
Sometimes I do.
I think in this case you had some interns or some people that were working with you, if you remember.
I don't remember if I don't recall that I did, but I may have.
I want to look at a couple of dates in this case. I've got And do you have a copy of your report?
I do.
Which one? Just this time I'm going to tune into evidence Gooding 1 through Gooding 120, 120 exhibits.
Whoa.
Any injections?
120 pictures.
I think you've got yours. I'm going to do these two. So they'll come up on the computer. All right, let's look to go through the case. I think July 5th of 2018, I believe you arrived at the scene at 2155 Purcell Lane in Cherokee County, Georgia, about 6:30 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then the other 2 dates I want to go through, I think you did the inventory and analyzed Gary Ferris's remains, and we've stipulated that it is Gary Ferris's remains, so just want you to know that.
Thank you.
July 17th and July 23rd, 2018. Is that right?
That's correct.
So July 5th and then July 17th and July 23rd of 2018. When you go to a scene, I think you have certain methods that you follow in what you do. Is that right?
That's correct.
I want to ask you about, is it typical when you go to a scene, I think your report talks about there's a rake, screen, surface survey, and then a grid, and then you map and record, and then you do a recovery. Is that kind of the procedure that you do?
That's correct.
Well, what is raking? Is that the first step, or is there a step before that?
There is usually a just gross observation, meaning looking around. I would count that maybe as the first step. But then secondary to that, yes, would be raking up material in the surrounding area.
What is raking? What does that entail?
It can be using tools, including actual rakes like you would use for leaves, or hand raking, in which you use your hands to kind of scrape material together.
It's called getting a feel for the evidence.
Or any evidence or items of interest?
Usually around the perimeter of what you have observed as the main site.
And here in this case, at the location, you're looking at a fire pit, is that right?
That's correct.
And then after raking, you do a screening. What does that consist of?
Screening is when you use your eyes to visually screen the material that you've collected to see if there's anything of interest.
And after screening, I think you do something called a surface survey?
That's correct.
And what is that?
That, again, using visual methods to look over the area and indicate, in this instance, using pin flags, which are small flags you may have seen near electrical lines or sewer lines, using those to flag or indicate areas of interest.
Once you figure out the location and the interested location, once you get it kind of surveyed, then you at some point do a grid, is that right?
That's correct.
Tell the jury what a grid is, and in this case, I know it's going to be A, B, C, D, but what do you do there?
A grid is a cordoned off area that you've identified as of interest. So you put up stakes in some sort of rectangle or square shape, whatever is fitting for that situation. String up some twine to indicate that that area should be kept away from in terms of walking through or anything like that. And then I use a quadrant system where I divide the grid into 4 quadrants so I can keep track of what material comes from what area of the larger grid.
And then after you form that grid, I think there's procedures and there's a mapping and recording that takes place?
That's correct.
What does that consist of?
When remains are identified or other things of interest, items of interest, they are mapped, so they're measured from an X and Y. If you remember from maybe elementary school, an X and a Y on a graph, we can actually measure from each of those lines and come up with a coordinate or a point of the location of that material.
And Doctor, are you very systematic in this process? Is it a slow and deliberate process at times?
It is.
And does it take quite some time?
It does.
Do you remember how long you were at the scene?
Approximately 6 hours.
And then finally, I think you get to the recovery of remains. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what does that process look like?
The recovery of the remains is usually done by only a select few people to limit the amount of traffic through that cordoned off area. The human remains in this case would have been removed and set aside, and then the debris from underneath them removed and screened until no more human remains were recovered.
Is it kind of like peeling an onion? You just go down and down and down and down, or scraping different surfaces until you find no more remains?
Yes, that's correct.
And after you go through the physical ground and layering, if you would, then you do an inventory and a session or an analysis, is that right?
In the laboratory setting, yes.
So July 5th, you do all the steps up to the recovery, and then after that, from July 17th and July 23rd, that's when you do the inventory and analysis. Is that
That's
fair
correct.
to say? All right, let's walk through the photographs. And I probably will move pretty fast because I think a lot of these are going to be in already. This is Gooding 1. Tell the jury what this is and what significant it is in your case.
This is a map of the grid and the 4 quadrants, the A, B, C, and D, over the fire pit with the human remains indicated by those boxes that have the names of the bones in them.
So we have quadrant A, right top, quadrant B, bottom right, quadrant C, bottom left, and quadrant D, top left. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is it called the datum or datum?
Either's fine.
Just tell me how you call it.
I call it a datum, but that's because
Let's go with datum then.
From around here.
My accent may call it something different. What is the datum?
A datum is the highest point of elevation. So in this map, it's listed as 0 inches. And then anything measured below that will be a negative number. So it gives you a sense of the depth, where the X and Y measurements gives you a sense of the location.
And directionally, north, south, east, west, would it be north be top? Is that what we're...
The north arrow on the left side of the screen is pointing top.
So
a little
this
bit of
direction
an
a
angle.
little bit.
That's correct.
All right. For the most part, though, north is up here, and then kind of as you look at it. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Gooding 2, what is this here?
This is the fire pit scene, specifically quadrants A and B. A is on the top portion, and B is the portion of the picture that's closest to you.
And Dr. Good, I'm going to go kind of fast through the photographs, but if you see anything that you want to talk about, just stop me and point it out, and we'll do that, okay?
Okay.
She's like, I want to talk about all the bones.
3,
That's my job.
just another angle of this. 4, close up. 5. And 6, as we go through, these are just some of the things that you collected from the quadrants, is that right?
That's correct.
And at some point, I think it was described as an eraser, but the bullet in the ribs. Tell us about that.
Yes, you can see it on the prior photo, number 6. And then the other side of that mass, the kind of orange colored, does look a bit like the end of a number 2 pencil eraser, but that is a projectile.
When you first arrived at the scene, did law enforcement, did you know what you were dealing with at that time? I don't know if the bullet was found at the time you arrived or anything talking about that, or was it while y'all were actually processing the remains?
That's my hand and my photograph.
She's like, that's me.
This is 9, 10. And I took this from your report, Gooding 11. What is this?
This is a diagram, a schematic of the front and the back of a human. And it shows the area from which the bullet was found in the remains in this case.
And it was, looking at this diagram, I think you talk about anterior to posterior. What does that mean?
Anterior is the front of your body, and the posterior is the back side of your body.
And you found the bullet to be going from anterior to posterior, is that correct?
That's correct.
Gooding 12, just some of this would be at the GBI, so not on the 5th, but on the days that you analyzed it, is that right?
That's correct.
Ribs, skull, teeth, long bones, vertebrae, hands and feet, scalp, scapula, non-human, pelvis. She's got all the pieces set out here, ready.
Do you remember about
to make
approximately how much
long
in
bones,
weight
sternum.
the remains there were?
I don't remember if they were weighed. And if they were, that would have been the medical examiner.
It was about 30 pounds.
Were there degrees, different varying degrees of damage or heat and fire damage upon the bones?
There were.
Tell us about that if you could.
When a fire burns unevenly, which is common to most outdoor fires as opposed to a commercial crematory oven, the fire will burn the body in an uneven manner. Human bodies are also uneven in the way that they're built in terms of where the fat and the muscle and the bones are. So in some areas that have very little fat and muscle and tissue, the high heat may burn right through to the bone. In other areas where there is a lot of muscle tissue, you may see that it's black and charred, but there might be some soft tissue remaining underneath.
When it came to this fire, did you find that the fire itself was I guess a significant fire in the sense that it has not just one that just went up for an hour or so and then went out? Was it more significant
I'll object to that. That's outside her expertise. About the fire in particular.
The rare on-camera objection.
Forensic anthropologist can give an opinion about fire and the remains.
They also got another expert who's coming in to testify about the fire, so I think it's that expert.
Ask her to what extent she knows, and then we'll go from there.
To what extent do you know about the size of the fire, the magnitude of the fire?
The only, within the scope of my knowledge, the only thing I can say about the fire is the temperature, which was taken at the site, and the consistency and presentation of these remains are consistent with a fire of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is listed in the report.
All right, in your report, there was an actual measuring temperature of the center of the pit, is that right?
Yes.
And what was the degree in Fahrenheit that you found this to be?
230 degrees.
And
that was by fire personnel, not myself.
Right, but that was the measurement, 230 degrees Fahrenheit?
That's correct.
And would that have been taken prior to your arrival or sometime when you arrived?
It was noted that it was there, taken when I was there.
Okay. And then dealing with, I'm going to come back to this, but based on the objection, when it comes to thermal damage, you opined about the charring and black discoloration was observed throughout the present skeletal remains. Is that right?
That's correct.
And based on that, what was your conclusion?
That the remains had been burned.
And you said that these characteristics are consistent with the fire reaching what level in Fahrenheit again?
About 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
As you pulled the physical remains from the fire, did you notice that it appeared to be burning more so in one location of the grid as opposed to other locations?
The majority of the remains and the burning was taking place in quadrants A and B.
So top right, then bottom right. Is that correct?
On one of those prior pictures, correct.
When you're piecing together the remains, and I'm sure as an expert you quickly can realize certain pieces of bones or certain things, but how long does it, in the condition that you found these remains, how difficult was it to analyze and figure out what exactly the bones that you could determine to be?
Would have taken a couple of hours.
And how do you do that? Is it visually or do you do microscopes or how do you?
It's a visual observation.
Is there any reason that there would be some bones that are more intact than others that you found in this case?
Again, that has to do with the amount of muscle and fat and skin that's over the remains. It's harder for the heat to get to them. For some areas that have less tissue or the fire isn't as hot in that area, you may see some more fragmentation.
And we see here that when you go through and take pictures, you're putting like bones to like parts. Is that how you organize them?
That's correct.
And here we're looking at Gooding 53. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the block of burned tissue and a portion of the ribs and the projectile found within them.
And then 64, is that just the projectile from the
Cleaning
ribs?
the projectile.
That's correct.
Unidentified fragments, non-tissue, vertebrae, teeth, right forearm, right forearm, left forearm, more left forearm, humerus, cranium.
And when you were able to gather remains of head bones and things like that, did you try to piece it back together to see if there was any injuries or anything you could locate?
Yes, I tried to reconstruct the bones of the cranium or the head as much as possible.
And here, Gooding 96, is that what we're seeing?
That's correct. This is the left side of the top portion of the cranium.
Is it normal for the bones to fragment that much
And why
in
do
a
you
fire?
try to reconstruct the cranium?
The objective is to see if there's any other sort of trauma to the cranium that the fire may have obscured.
Typically, do you find in cases like this that there are certain bones that remain, assuming there wasn't a disruption to the bones, like something had broke the bones or something like that, but in a fire like this, is there a reason that you would find more of the bigger bones as opposed to other bones?
A lot of the bigger bones are encased in more muscle and fat and tissue.
And you did find some soft tissue remains?
That's correct.
And you wrote a report. In this case, is that right, that we provide to the defense?
That's correct.
And did you share your findings that you had in this case with the GBI and the Dr. Addison, the medical examiner?
I did.
What I'd like to do is some questions about your report. When you were looking at the, when you're looking at the remains, did you find that there were other material in the burn pile besides just human remains? For example, burned trash, household debris, things like that?
That's correct.
Was there evidence that there was also wood or other material there in the pile?
Yes.
And were you able to sift those out and separate them?
They were separated from the human remains.
And the state of preservation for the materials that you found in this, what did they range from? In the sense of the charring or the powder substance? What level did you find that they consisted of in the burn pit itself?
In the pit, you saw different colors: white, ash, blues, grays, black charring. So all different types of burning.
Out of all the remains that you were able to recover on scene, how did y'all transport those to the GBI to be analyzed?
That's a question for the coroner.
Did you get those, were they packaged in a certain manner, a certain number of body bags or a certain number of containers?
Still for the
I
coroner.
believe they were packaged in brown bags.
I'm looking on page 2, your last paragraph before skeletal analysis.
3 body bags containing brown evidence bags and cardboard boxes.
And then when you did your analysis and you did the skeletal inventory, I want to talk about the trauma analysis that you did. You have a section called perimortem trauma. Tell us what your finding was for this.
The perimortem trauma in this case was a minimum of 1 gunshot wound to the left chest from a front to back direction.
There it is, front to back.
And you have I guess it's the Latin, the bullet was lodged in situ. And what is that?
In situ means in place or found as it was.
And what findings did you find for thermal damage in this case?
That the remains had been burned on a bonfire, excuse me.
Did you find any traumatic fractures of any?
Fractures were all indicative of the burning.
Any traumatic fractures observed on the cranium?
All indicative of the burning.
And I think you noted when it came to the traumatic fractures for the cranium, I'm looking at your last sentence in thermal damage. What was that finding there?
No traumatic fractures were observed on the cranium aside from heat-induced damage.
So outside of the heat, nothing else?
Not that was observed.
You have a section for antemortem skeletal change and identifying characteristics. When you tell us you didn't have any findings of that, what does that mean?
Antemortem skeletal characteristics are those that you have on you in life that make you unique. For example, if you have a disease or you have anything that sets your skeleton apart from someone else's, that's where I would note that in the report. Given the fragmentary nature of the remains and how burned they were, none of those characteristics were able to be noted.
And then looking on page 6 of 24 of your report, as you see on the screen there, you went through and I guess analyzed and then cataloged what you found, the remains that you found in each coordinate or unit. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this just a listing of the things that you found?
That's correct.
And again, most things, so this first column here is Unit A, and it's evidence bag 1, and then you list the things that you found there on the right side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the next section is E2, which continues to page 7 of your report. And then E3, E4, and E5 in Unit B. So again, the most that you said were in coordinates A and B.
Of human remains.
When you were processing this, how long did it take you before you realized that you were dealing with human remains at the scene?
Instantly.
She knew immediately. She's that good. The scroll wheel will take so much abuse.
I'm on page 16 of your report here. This is figure 11, I think. And tell us again, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at a top-down view of the section of burned soft tissue and ribs. I think I refer to it as a block of tissue in which the projectile is situated deep to the ribs, which means closer to the gut side as opposed to the skin side.
As we see in figure 11 here on page 16 of your report, Exhibit 120, is that how, when you were processing the burn pit, is that exactly how it looked in the way it was sitting in the pile when it was actually taken from there?
That's correct.
And then at some point you then took that and it was, you were able to analyze that and then submit it to the GBI as evidence in this case?
That's correct.
I just have one moment. Did you only find the remains of one person?
That's correct.
Did you find any other bullets or things like that in the burn pile?
I did not.
Did you find any parts to a gun or anything like that?
I did not.
Did you find any metal outside of that, though? Just other things in the pile that did not burn that was metal?
I believe so.
Did you find any ropes or toe straps or anything else in the fire?
Not to my knowledge.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gooding. My name is Michael Ray. We met outside previously, right?
That's correct.
And I have a good bit of questions for you, but not too terribly many. First off, I want to know, how do you become the state forensic anthropologist? Like, who gives you that job?
The chief medical examiner at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. So are you actually, because being a college professor, I think you said you're an associate professor?
That's correct.
That's where I graduated from. So that makes you're a state employee, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, are you serving, do you have basically just two state functions? One, associate professor, two, the state forensic anthropologist?
Correct.
All right. In this case, because I know you're testifying as an expert, a lot of times experts are paid. Are you compensated by the state additionally above your state salary for testifying today?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you compensated by the sheriff's office for coming out, ruining, your after the 4th and coming out and dealing with this case? Did they have to compensate you as well?
No, they did not.
They did not?
Not to my knowledge.
Just your testimony here today?
No, the analysis of the remains.
Okay, so let's back up. Let me ask better questions. How about that? So, I'm assuming as the forensic anthropologist for the state, you get some type of small salary or some type of salary.
It's not a salary, it's a contract basis, so it's just an invoice per case.
Okay, invoice per case. All right, so basically, is it like an hourly rate?
It's based on a type of request. In this case, it was a trauma analysis, so there would have been a fee for trauma analysis.
Okay, so what would you classify what you did here? Because you did a lot more here, you know, getting the bones out of the burn pile, doing the trauma analysis, and all that. So what would you classify what you did here?
A recovery and an analysis.
Okay, what were you paid for the recovery and the analysis, if you recall?
I believe at that time, I think $100 for the analysis and maybe $250 or $280 for the recovery.
Okay, that's in total.
Well, that would be maybe $380 in total.
Okay, that's what I meant. That's
Yes.
not like your hourly rate. That's the total what you
Yes,
receive.
yes.
Okay.
It's
On
about
top of that, your state salary.
$60 an hour.
Associate professor.
Correct.
I'm gonna slide over. There's a sticker here that says "Don't stand here." So just move over here. Okay. All right. So first off, just so there's no confusion, because we had Dr. Atkinson testifying yesterday. You're not a forensic pathologist, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And the difference, partly in that, is a forensic pathologist is a medical doctor.
That's correct.
You are not a medical doctor.
Correct.
You are not able to certify cause or manner of death.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I'm trying to figure out a good place. Well, we'll just start with your report. In your report that Mr. Fogus was going over with you, you had stated perimortem trauma.
That's correct.
All right, perimortem trauma being before or just after death.
Perimortem trauma is at or around the time of death.
Okay, at or around. Are you familiar with hemorrhaging?
Yes.
Okay, because I asked Dr. Atkinson yesterday if he could prove to a medical certainty whether or not Gary was alive or dead when he was shot, and he said he could not. So my question to you is, how can you use the term perimortem trauma just before or just after death when you can't prove to a medical certainty he was even alive?
That's why it's at or around the time of death, so that could be a pretty wide scale.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say around the time of death. Somebody's been laying there 2 or 3 days, right? You couldn't tell the difference from your examination, right? In a situation like this where their body's been burned.
In this situation, I would still classify that as perimortem trauma.
Okay.
Because the projectile was on the gut side of the bones.
Okay. So if it was on the gut side of the bones, what internal organs did the bullet impact?
That I cannot testify to.
Okay. So you can actually say that it went into the body cavity.
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect?
I can say that it went into the body cavity.
Okay. Then, yet again, what did it hit?
That I cannot testify to.
Okay. But your testimony here is that your opinion that it's inside the body cavity.
That's correct.
Okay. And the bullet went in front to back.
That's correct.
Okay. So if I got shot right here, and actually let me show you number 11 and ask you this way. You actually don't know where that bullet is in 11, correct?
It's in that range of brackets.
Yeah, but I'm asking, I want to know specifically, where's that bullet? You don't know.
That's correct.
Okay. So, but it's your testimony, even though you don't know where it is, it's your opinion that it is on the gut side of the rib.
That's correct.
Okay. But yet again, you can't tell me anything that it hit.
That's correct.
I'll move on, Judge. Now, generally, as an anthropologist, you would deal typically with bones, correct? And not soft tissue?
That's correct.
I hate not having it printed out. I'm sorry. You also stated in your report that you thought it was anterior to posterior. That would mean front to back, right?
That's correct.
I mean, so it's your opinion that if Gary was shot, that whoever shot him was standing in front of him?
So would it have been a fatal shot?
Or a bullet had to come from his front, right?
I would agree with the second version of your statement.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about what you know about... Did you say my name? No. Now, as an anthropologist, do you typically see gunshot wounds in your cases?
Can you repeat the last word you said?
I said gunshot wound. As an anthropologist, like how often have you encountered gunshot wounds in your cases?
Oh, maybe 40 to 50% of the cases.
Okay. Well, how many cases have you worked? Because there's so few of y'all. So how many did you work this year?
I don't know. I know the total is over 160.
Since when? I mean,
2014.
Okay, so in 10 years you've done 160. So that's 6 a year?
That's, I think our math is adding up.
Okay, so, and then you said about half of those have gunshots? So
yes.
Seeing 3 a year?
Sure.
Okay. And are those bullets, are they in bone or you're finding them around skeletal remains?
Both. I've seen both.
Okay. Now you would agree, based on your job, because you talk to the medical examiner a lot, right?
I do not.
Okay. Well, I'll just go ahead and jump in. Do you know that Dr. Atkinson copy and pasted your version of gathering the remains into his autopsy report?
Yes.
Verbatim?
Yes.
Okay. You would also agree with me that Dr. Atkinson never went to Purcell Lane?
I don't know that.
Okay. Did you see him there?
No, not while I was there.
Did you see him taking any of the photographs?
Not while I was there.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that in just a minute. All right. So, what type, as an anthropologist, expertise do you have in gunshot wounds?
To bone, quite a high level of expertise.
Okay. So, but you didn't see any of that here in this case. At least I can't find it in your report. Like any damage to bone from a bullet.
That's correct.
Okay. So we got no damage to bone from a bullet. You put the skull back together, there's no damage to that. Right,
That's
except
correct.
for thermal damage.
That's correct.
And when I say there's no damage, universally there is thermal damage. Okay?
That's correct.
All right, so how about mapping trajectory of wounds? You got any skill and expertise in that?
When it relates to bone, yes.
Okay. And we already talked about that. Now, you don't have any entrance wound to examine, correct?
Not in bone.
Okay. Well, I mean, in this case, you didn't find any type of entrance wound. You just found a bullet lodged in soft tissue.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let me ask you too before I forget. Because I've asked everybody, who found the bullet?
To my recollection, it was me, but there were a good number of people peering over my work.
Okay. While you were working around this time that you found the bullet, who's there with you?
I can't give you a full inventory.
I'll name you some people, and you tell me if you remember they were there. That'd be easy. Was Sally Sims there?
She was on scene.
Okay. But you don't remember she was actually in the burn pile with you?
I can't recall who would have been in the pile. At times, it would have been only me.
Okay. Do you recall handing the rib and the bullet to Sally Sims?
Couldn't recall who I would have handed it directly off to.
How about Officer Shaw? Do you recall him helping you at the burn pile?
He was present at the scene.
But you don't recall him helping?
I don't recall in
Okay.
what...
That's fine, that's fine. What about Detective Westwood?
I don't recall.
Okay. And because I know Mr. Focus had asked you, but yeah, you had an intern with you there too.
Okay.
I don't remember their name either.
Apologies
It's not
to the
important.
intern.
I'm assuming they were a good intern. It's just been 6 years. Oh. Okay. I want to do a little comparison between your report and Dr. Atkinson's report, not verbatim comparison. So you had stated that, it's in your opinion, that the trajectory was front to back, and so are you aware that in the autopsy, Dr. Atkinson has said that he was unable to assess any type of bullet path?
I wasn't.
Did you know that?
After reading his report.
Okay, so you found that out. You did read his report. You read Atkinson's autopsy?
I have since this.
Prior to testifying here today, you went and read it?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah.
I was provided with it.
And before he actually wrote his autopsy, you sent him a copy of your report?
I would assume so.
Okay.
Given that it's copied and pasted.
Pasted into it, yeah. Do you always do that? Send a copy of your findings to the medical examiner?
I actually send them to the director of medical operations, and she distributes them to the medical examiner that requested.
Okay. What's the logic in that? Because shouldn't a medical, and I know you're not a medical examiner, but I'll ask anyway, shouldn't their opinion and analysis be separate and apart from what your findings are?
Objection relevant.
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
No. I think we're a collaborative medical team employed with the same office.
Okay, that's fair.
I think it's reasonable to, if a medical examiner requests anthropological analysis, I think it's reasonable that they rely on those findings.
Okay. Now, let me... when you try to organize everything so good, there it is. So in your report, I get ahead of myself when I just start talking, and then I got to scroll through and figure out where I am. So you stated like front to back, but the autopsy actually found here on, let me get to it, past it. You stated that it was front to back, right? That's what your report found.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, but in the autopsy, they found that couldn't assess for an entrance wound. So if you can't assess for an entrance wound, how can you say it's front to back?
Based on the location of the projectile in the remains.
Okay. But you are aware that also bullets do have the ability that if they hit some type of object, they do have the ability to tumble.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So got some contradiction there. The autopsy also says that they're unable to assess a direction of a wound path, correct?
Is that D?
Yeah, section D.
I'm reading that, yes.
Okay. Okay. And yet again, you found no other evidence of any other, well, actually, you didn't find any other evidence or any damage to any other bone, correct? You found technically no evidence of any damage to bone other than thermal damage.
That's correct.
Okay. So no other bone evidence of injury from a bullet.
That's correct.
Okay. Or any other blunt force object.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. You also you didn't offer any opinion in your report appropriately as to manner or cause of death.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, moving on to the more fun stuff. I want to talk. I really like your grid, by the way. And so this is Gooding 1. And I also want to pull up Gooding 3, just so I can get an idea here. Okay, can you see both those, Gooding 1 and Gooding 3? Oh, no, you didn't. Can you see both those, ma'am?
I can.
Okay. Okay, that looks fine. All right, so here's just a couple questions based on this, okay? You've got up here on number 1, this is quadrant A, correct?
That's correct.
So, and then you've got the cranium where the skull was found. It's kind of on the line between A and, well, the line between A and B.
That's correct.
Because it's right here. So, going over to Gooding 3, that puts it somewhere around, based on this, somewhere in this area here.
I would drop your cursor down and to the left a little bit.
You tell me when to stop.
Maybe over to the left just a little bit, right about there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. See? All right, so that's the skull. Also, what are the flags?
As I stated previously, the flags are part of the visual search when we identify areas of interest.
Okay, so it's like this flag may be like, hey, there may be something here, check it out.
That's correct.
Then I'm assuming when you checked it out and removed whatever was there, if it was evidentiary, then you remove the flag? Like showing that that area had been searched?
Yes, but that wouldn't have been the order of operations.
Okay. All right, so we get so we got the skull around here, and then the next thing, if we go down a little bit, the pelvis is let's say in here. Is that a fair assessment based on your diagram?
Yes.
Okay, but then we've got, I'm assuming rib here, the very bottom. That's the rib with the bullet and the soft tissue.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay. Well, where was
I'd have to go back and look at the inventory. Looks like the rib with the bullet was found in Unit A, evidence bag 1.
Okay. But from your diagram you did here, we don't know where the bullet in that rib was found. We just know it's quadrant A.
We do know where it was found in the rib.
In the what?
In the rib.
No. Okay, no. Where at in the pile in quadrant A? We don't have any documentation of that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we know it's quadrant A here, or I'm assuming here because this is the burned area, but we don't know exactly where.
Correct.
Okay, so we've got a rib down here. Let's see, femur and tibia. That's the front part of the leg and back part of the leg?
It's the top and the bottom part of the leg.
Oh, okay. Which one's which?
The femur is the thigh bone and the tibia is the shin bone.
Gotcha. Okay. So those are the two leg bones. And then we also have another femur and the pelvis, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So any kind of issues as to why is there a lone rib bone down here at the very, very bottom? Any explanation on that?
My responsibility is mapping.
Oh, I'm not saying this is your fault. I'm just wondering if you know how it got there.
I wasn't concerned about that.
Okay, so I mean, because it would seem anatomically out of place, right? A rib below the pelvis.
Sure.
Okay. Sure. That's my whole point, right there. So nothing really to do with you. Okay. Already did that. Got number. I'm just going to pull up your report because Mr. Fogel showed you something. I don't remember what it was. Okay, that's the part of the rib where you're saying it's on the gut side, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But yet again, going back to your anatomical drawing, you can't say where that bullet is in those ribs.
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
There you go. All right. You can sit down. Thank you, ma'am. You'll have a short witness or...
We're waiting for a short witness. All right, I was working on this a little bit with my model, Mr. Bones here. The The witness that we just had, Dr. Gooding, says that the bullet entered from front to back and entered somewhere in this section of the rib cage. I think it was on the left-hand side, and it entered it, but it stayed near the front. So if you look at the ribs this way, I have to switch hands with my skewer. The bullet comes in and it stays just beyond the rib right there in the rib cage, but they're not sure exactly where. The problem is it stayed just inside the rib cage. They don't have any evidence that it went any further because it's stuck right there by the bone. And they're saying that that's the cause of death. A bullet just inside your rib cage without going further may not have hit any organs. So I'm wondering how they can jive between the bullet was the cause of death and the bullet came in from the front and stuck right there at the rib and didn't go any further. And now I also want to barbecue something with these skewers. Could use a good shish kebab. The rib did its job, protected the organs. Judge, what are we doing? You stand up, we can't hear automatically, according to your rules. Maybe no, says Peter Steele. It was literally within like a finger's width of the rib. The fact that the bones were all scattered around the pile, I thought this could be a couple things. Okay, if the bones were scattered terribly, he would have had to been, how do I describe this, higher up on the pile. Imagine a large pile of logs and branches and everything, and he's up on the top of it. And as it burns, things settle, right? And so things can roll and move and shift on the way down. That would make sense for the distribution of the bones, the way it has been. But it makes it very difficult to say he fell into the fire. Then you'd have to, if you presume that that's what happened, is that he was up on top of the fire, you can't fall up onto things. That's where the tractor comes in. That's where the bucket comes in. You'd have to pick the body up and move it. And then in dumping the body, obviously a deceased individual prior to rigor mortis setting in is quite flexible. I would say even more so than someone who's alive. Okay. So the body could have come to rest in just about any position had it been picked up and dumped on the burn pit, the burn pile. He would be dispersed over more area, but generally things are going to fall sort of down. Gravity just works that way. But as things burned and as things became detached, because all the joining tissue, everything that connects the knee bone to the shin bone, sort of disappears. It falls and settles, and it can roll or it can fall and bounce, and depending on what it's on. Tell me more about gravity. It's I would, Adam, but I don't have my crayon. Should we ask how RA knows? No, I've burned lots of things on fires. No bodies, but just in burning logs on fire, as certain types of wood burn faster than others, like hardwoods will burn slower than like pine. You've got different branches. Branches will fall, and some branches will fall and roll and bounce out of the fire, depending on what's left. So it just makes sense. This is our last little break. I think it's only going to be about 10 minutes. Don't know about clothing on the decedent. That probably would have, at 1,000 degrees, that probably would have burned up. Although shoes might leave enough. Depends what they're made out of. I think my scammer went home for the day and the next person took over, because the tone of the scammer, just the language, became different, became very interested in communicating with me again. He likes pizza. I like pizza. Do you like Chinese food? I said I had a nightmare once. I was speaking to a large crowd about something really important and I had lost my notes. I continued, send pictures of Chinese food. I like some of it, but don't know the names. He didn't send any pictures. Where's the best place to get Chinese food? Panda Express. And he responded, that sounds stressful. Speaking in front of a large crowd is already nerve-wracking, and losing your notes would make it even more challenging. How did you handle it? I said, I just imagined everyone sleeping. And then I put in a random, I gave her $100 for gas and food message because I'm running this, I text a lot of people. And then I said, sorry, that was for my friend's dad. His daughter needed some money. Seeing if he would bite on the needing money side. He didn't. And then I continued, when do you get off work? He replied, oh, I know Panda Express. It's also the shop where you can get the best food. I said, I like it because it's authentic Chinese food. My favorite is their orange chicken because their orange chicken is not authentic Chinese. And it's also not my favorite. He says, I'll leave my office in 4 hours. I said, okay, I'll try not to text you as much until work is done. And then it's like switch. So what do you do for a living? I've already said I'm a pretend lawyer, that I do pretend lawyering for people who pretend things. And then it's like, oh, I'm free now. No problem. We can talk. And I said, I'm a pretend lawyer. And he's like, I'm sorry. I just asked. Meaning he just went back and read the notes from the previous agent who was handling this call. Then I said, I had a friend that would forget stuff a lot. I think it was because he was dropped on his head as a baby. Were you ever dropped when you were little? And he asks, how about your hobbies and what types of sports do you like? And I said, mostly I just text people. I'm too busy texting to have hobbies because I'm not going to give them any of that in case they're searching for passwords. And then he says, I'm not remembering when I was a little baby. My memory was not working, LOL. I said, you were probably dropped too. He says, maybe. When I was a little baby, I was very playful. My mom told me. Then he says, I forgot to ask you, where are you from and how old are you? And I ignore the question. I say, what made you interested in real estate? He says, I've always been fascinated by how real estate shapes communities and provides people with homes. It's exciting to be part of such a significant industry where I can help others find their dream spaces and make sound investments. Plus, the potential for growth and creativity in this field is a big draw for me. And if that isn't written by an AI, I'm a ham sandwich. And so I replied and said, so like a slumlord? And he says, not quite. I focus on creating positive living spaces and improving communities. My goal is to provide quality housing that benefits both tenants and the neighborhood. I said, how big are the houses? And he sent another picture of her at work and says, now the office I leave time is near. Can you send me the messages on Telegram? And I said, I don't know how to send a telegram. Is it like a postcard? He said, I already explained you. You can download it from the App Store and install it on your phone and put the email and create an account. It is very simple to do. I'm going to say, that's okay. Oh, here, I'll just text it. Here we go. That's okay, comma. I'll just text you again tomorrow when you get back to work. So I'm not going to download anything. They're not done for the day, I don't think. Well, maybe. We'll wait and see. We've got a fire expert who's coming in. All right, I think I answered that one, Donnie. I don't know. Allison says, oops, I'm not even live. Ignore me. I didn't see it, Allison. You're fine. Just tell them you downloaded it, but don't, and ask them if they got it. That's if I have to. If they get really pushy, I'll do that. Yes, my first text, I said I don't like texting, but they didn't read that either. Show the current thumbnail. The current thumbnail's right here. Let's see, we've got the temperature. The thermometer has been added to the fire. A mic drop. I think that was on there before. We've got the poop salad in the bowl. That's nice. Cookies and poison. The question on the shirt, whose blood is it? It's red. The CPAP mask is there. What's the ice? The heart ice. Oh, ice cold heart. Yeah, it's on there on the chair. Cherokee Ranch. Johnny's Cherokee Ranch is listed up on the Ferris wheel. Big advertisement. Let's see what else is new. Oh, the teacup pooch was fairly new. Didn't see that before. We've got the smoker been added to the yard. Got a tractor. That's nice. Couple of phones, candle, pearls, red Solo cup for the judge, the broken plate. It's a wild thumbnail. It's a good one. This case has a little bit of everything. We think we're on break, although we normally end at 5. Slow-moving drone. Is Waldo there? Everything but Waldo. One of the rules for the thumbnail is we don't put anything on the thumbnail unless it's mentioned in the case, in the trial. So there might be things that are relevant to the channel, say like Pickles, for instance, but unless they're mentioned in the trial, we wouldn't generally put them on the thumbnail. Though occasionally some of that gets hidden in the dark corners of the image. Is there a life insurance policy on the thumbnail? No, but Butterfly Dana, that's a good point. We did hear about the life insurance purchased through work, and it amounted to about $2 million. So when we talk about the estate, as the family is fighting over the estate, everyone's, if either does the mom get it or does it go to the kids? If the mom is guilty of murder, that would pass on to the kids, probably through some more court processes. But there's about $2 million in life insurance. I think all that is still intact. It hasn't really been accessed. And then the property itself, even though it went into foreclosure, without knowing the loan amount, the bank could have foreclosed and then sort of remitted back to the estate the balance over and above the amount that was owed. So there's a possibility that some of the property, whether it's physical property that was sold or the property itself that was sold, can add to that. So at least a couple $1 million in play here. And then that's just assuming there's no other investments somewhere else that added to that. So that's what the fight is about. Okay. I think my son's crying. Hang on. All right, we think we're on a break right now. Otherwise, we ended early. I thought we were going to continue till at least 5 or 5:30. $2 million seems like a lot of money to me. It is. It's a fair chunk of cash. Like that's a lot. Prosecution did not do a good job lining up witnesses today. I liked the witnesses they called, though. They were pretty good. Do you think the judge started asking his own questions because he's considering a judgment of acquittal? I don't think so. I do feel that the judge, based on this question and the previous questions he sort of inserted on his own volition, I think he had questions about Scott and Scott's involvement and how, if Scott was involved, it could impact or show up in the evidence that we have. So that's why I think that, based on his questioning. But I think he also mostly just asked the questions because he had a really fun and informative and happy witness on the stand who everybody wanted to talk to. Oh, we got like 2 rounds of direct, 2 rounds of cross-examination. Then the judge did extensive questioning himself. I think everyone just likes talking to her because she's just a happy person. in a fun job. That was our second Emily of the trial. Who hired the lady anthropologist? The state does. She's on contract. She gets she has like a salary, but then she gets paid per job she does as well. Bob, you're right. The amount, I would say he was worth more alive than dead. Although, typically, life insurance, often people say that skews that equation. But his earning potential was great, and he was continuing to work. I don't remember how old he was. He probably would have worked. Not sure. He probably would have worked for at least another 10 years, earning $20,000 a month. But there's the whole lump sum versus, future value issue. He was like 58. But he's the sort of person you don't think would just retire. I mean, work was his life in many ways. Rusty should be good. That's going to be a very telling interview. Looking forward to that. Health-wise, I'm not sure who would have made it another 10 years. Good point, Bravo Chick. Let's see, hang on. Getting some burner phone messages. Between the chain smoking and the chain drinking Mountain Dew. It's a lot. Okay. People were asking in chat where Melody was staying after she got bonded out, and she's been at Amanda's with an ankle monitor. Sorry. I don't know. Interesting speculations. He was a prime candidate for the Drop Dead crew. I don't think he dropped dead. The testimony we've heard so far was with the scattered bones, everything else. He did not fall into the fire. That part's out. And also, I think we can strike from the list of possibilities the ammunition in his pocket or ammunition in the fire that just went off. I think that can be struck as well. Property sold in for just under $1 million in 2019. It was listed for 1.3. What? Oh, when it was listed for 1.3. So it was a fire sale. Sorry, it was on sale. I don't see how $20K per month supported that mortgage farm. I don't think $20K per month was everything that he brought in. They haven't really shown us his pay stubs. I think there was $20K per month was like a base salary, and then there was also these earnings and bonuses and things, which might have been a sizable portion of his earnings. All this stuff and still no real evidence. Murder scene tends to drive prices down. I think that's one of the things that in many states you have to disclose when you're selling a property, if it was like a murder scene. That could be like, oh, and by the way, addendum 15, page 85, little asterisk, somebody was killed here. Is that one telemarketer who started having a nice conversation still with us here in the community, Stephanie? I don't know if she joined. She said she would. Well, it was $20K every 2 weeks. $20,000 every 2 weeks. That's $10,000 a week. And just for the math, that's $500,000 a year, that's good money. Zillow shows the property currently worth about $2.4 million. Laurie, every time I see that pit, it looks small to me. I wish I knew the size of the grid. Like when they gridded it out, what were the square sizes, length and width? I need to see like reference pictures with somebody standing next to it, because they say there was a huge burn pit. But then when the bones are laid there, it's like that actually looks like maybe a big campfire, but not a bonfire, not a huge burn pit. Need a banana for scale. I'm confused about how his bones were in the fire. Brandy, they were scattered with the rib bone all the way near the edge of the fire, head by the pelvis. You look at that chart. I can pull it back up here and show you, I think. Let's see, it was right here at the end of testimony. Let's jump right over here. You look at this chart and you see the yellow line on the right, which sort of goes right through the middle of the fire. To me, I'm looking at this and I see ashes, and to the middle of the fire, that yellow line was the edge of their grid. So they checked the area in the grass, but not the whole fire. And just looking at how it's laid out there, it doesn't make sense. Folded in half. Does it have measurements on it? Oh, it does. I think it's 6.5 by 5.5. So each square is roughly the height of a person. So 5.5. That would make the fire pit roughly 10 feet across, but most of the remains found right on the edge. The remains are found right there. This also doesn't make sense. The remains in this photograph are next to green grass. And if that fire was 1,000 degrees, that green grass would not be there. I have a lot of questions about this. I've been around fires that are hot, very hot, bonfires, large campfires, and little tiny plant, leafy things like that would not survive. That just doesn't add up. All right, here to confuse us more.
Call from Debbie Cook.
Oh, Debbie, set us straight on this one. How are you doing?
For those of you that have never had a burn pile with trash in it, this is what you do. You have a shovel. You build it however high you need it with all your garbage. You light it in different spots. You stand there with the shovel. Mm-hmm. As it starts to die down, you take the shovel and you scoop and you flip. You might have to light other areas again that have gone out. And you wait till other areas ignite in different spots. And you take your shovel and you flip. Now, as morbid as this sounds, I cannot believe I'm going to say this. Imagine doing that with a body.
Oh.
Okay, that's how the bones got scattered all over the burn pile.
But I thought somebody said earlier in the trial there was no sign of any manipulation of the body in the fire pit.
How could there not be?
I
How
agree.
do you explain the bones everywhere?
The rib 5 feet from the head. It doesn't make sense.
There had to be manipulation. Whoever said that is wrong. I'm sorry.
So if it's that obvious there's manipulation, why aren't they also charging? I mean, they're not charging her with. Let's see. I have to look at the charges.
Desecration of a corpse.
Yeah, why is that not in there?
I don't know, but I don't see. I mean, this is the hill I will die on because I don't see.
You've stirred a lot of campfires.
I've burned a lot of garbage. I live out in the country, and that's how you do it. I have experience in this area, not burning bodies, but burning things in a burn pit. I know how it's done.
I'm trying to figure out how long the fire
That's
had been
the
out.
only explanation.
Because the fire, it burned everything, which is also strange. If you've ever built a campfire, a lot of times there are some logs that are sort of like sticking out a little too far from the middle, and they just don't burn. It'll burn up and leave a little stub, things like that. I'm not seeing a lot of those here. It's like the entire fire pit, everything's burnt. Everything's
Well,
gone.
that's the same thing if you're burning garbage. You've got the outer lying areas that don't burn, and so you have to move it around and relight areas. And I imagine it's the same thing with a body. I can't believe I just said that again.
Are those two boards, the two wooden things on the bottom of the picture on the right, are those partially burned wood? It sort of looks
I
like
don't
it
know.
is.
It looks like wood to me, but some of the bones look like wood to me. Yeah. When we saw the pictures where the bones were still in the pit, they look like pieces of wood. I don't know what burnt bones look like. I'm a nurse. I took care of live people. I don't know what dead people look like.
Your patients talks back to you.
Yeah, my patients talk back.
I don't see shovel marks. And Debbie, good points though. Good point.
I
think about.
I just, everybody's like, how'd they get scattered? And I was just like, I gotta set some people straight here, because I know how you have to do for a fire to keep burning. They had to be stirred up. They had to.
What do you think about his body being on top of the burn pit instead of just like falling in?
No,
you don't
he
think
couldn't
that
have
could do
just
it?
fallen in. No.
Do you think the tractor was involved? Because putting a 300-pound guy on top of a burning fire, assuming the fire was lit already before he would, that is an assumption I was making, and I guess I should challenge that.
It would still have to be stirred, even if they used the tractor to get him to the fire.
But not necessarily for him. I mean, if you've got enough wood underneath, it basically is like the grate on a barbecue, where the fire is underneath.
You mean like a funeral pyre?
Yeah.
Like on Supernatural, where they burn the whole entire body, so
I was
there's
gonna
no
say Star
DNA
Wars.
left, so it'll turn into a ghost. Oh, well, that too.
Yeah.
That's fiction, Scott. You know that, right?
They made a movie of it. It had to be real. How else would they have filmed it? So, Debbie, thanks for the call. Great talking to you again.
Okay, all right, bye.
I'll see you. Bye. Looks like they might be coming back to court here in a minute. They've been signaling us a little bit. Ivy says, I recommend it in the Facebook group. Make sure to hug your enemies to get their measurements for the grave right. Yes, you don't want to dig too big a hole. That's for sure. It's just extra work for no good reason. All right. We should be coming back to court here in just a minute or so. Needs air to keep the fire from smothering. Yes, but when on a bonfire like that, once they get a certain heat and you start getting coals and embers down at the bottom, that ash, that thin white layer of ash, acts like an insulating blanket. So if I were to light a campfire at night and leave it burning, safely in a fire pit with no bad weather or anything, okay, I've done it a few times. Don't call Smokey the Bear on me. But in the morning, when you go back, you don't have to rebuild the campfire. It looks like that. It's just white layer of ash, and you just fan it a little bit, and you'll get back deep down to the coals that are still just red hot, smoking hot. And you just put a little tinder on there, and you just a couple puffs of air, and it will just woof back into flame. So, with it only being 213 degrees, that fire was out. There would be no embers left at 213 degrees. Embers would put it into the over 400 range. So it probably had been out for, I don't know, maybe an hour when they measured it. It's called banking the coals. Mostly I just built a big bonfire and went to bed. How to get that hot without an accelerant. That goes to good fire building. Building a fire properly is going to allow there to be plenty of reflected heat from the fuel that's put in there, as well as oxygen to allow the fuel to burn. And if you build it right, you can build it an extremely hot fire just with that fuel. And, a bonfire by nature, just the branches and everything, it holds that airspace. And if you build that up, you can light it at the bottom and it will just, it's roaring. It's really good. Yes, it can. They're at the right temperature, bodies burn. And by burn, I mean sustain flame. We need to stay hot for at least a couple days. Well, July 3rd, July 4th, they found him on July 5th. It was an all-day 4th of July thing, I think. Is there a song about that? About a wife that offed the husband on the 4th of July? It's a country song. You country fans out there, remind me of the name of the song. You know it's out there. Katy Perry? No, it's not that one. Martina McBride. What's the name of the song? Independence Day. On Independence Day. Yes, it's the 4th of July. That was it. Rebecca. Hey, Rebecca.
Bite me, Rebecca.
Hey, Rebecca. Sorry.
Hey, how are you doing, Scott?
Doing well. I think we're going to start going back to court in just a minute, but what's on your mind?
Okay, you can hang up on me when we do. Now, I'm thinking of when my son was in Boy Scouts, and he needed to collect a bunch of dryer lint to start a campfire.
Mm-hmm. Dryer lint works well.
Yes, it does. So that's the one. Go ahead.
It will catch a spark from a flint. You don't.
Yeah.
I'm not talking lighters or matches or kerosene or scout juice as they call it. Dry lint works well to catch the spark, as do, believe it or not, Fritos. Like the potato,
Fritos,
like
really?
the potato chip. Yes, they burn really, really well, which probably means they're not good for you to eat, but they're great for lighting fires.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't know that Fritos were good for lighting fires. I thought Fritos were only good for chili dip.
Yeah, that's the dryer lint. That will get it going. If we want to talk about building a fire really quickly, and scouts will teach you this, as I taught many scouts how to do it. You start with tinder. Okay, tinder is what's going to catch a spark and let it smolder and warm up. And then you work your way up in fire size. And if you're doing it properly, you have everything, all the sizes, ready before you light your first spark. So when you light the first spark, you're not like lighting it. It's like, oh, good, my dryer lint's burning. Now's where some twigs. That's the wrong thing. It'll go out in a heartbeat. But if you do it right, you can just build it and build it and build it, and keeping the proper airflow. It's very easy to do.
I've had many burn piles in my day. Out in the corner of the yard where nobody can really see it. But
my phone's disconnected. Hang on a second. Say that again.
I said, let's talk about the sun, Scott.
The sun?
The sun, yes.
Like Scott?
I don't know that I believe
the sun,
him.
Scott, or the sun in the sky, Scott, me.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not you, Scott. The other Scott.
You don't believe him?
Isn't his name Scott?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I think that he did play golf, but I also think that if he had that much time on his hands, he had time for other things. And I just don't believe him. I don't know.
But he was
I think he helped her.
They found him on the 5th, right? They found him on the 5th of July. What happened on the 4th of July? The whole family does all these traditions and everything else, and they just didn't notice Big Daddy was missing on the 4th of July?
Unless it happened in the evening, do we know that he wasn't there on the 4th?
Well,
when was the last time he was seen?
He stopped checking his email on the 3rd. like 3:30, between 3 and 4 o'clock, he just stopped responding to email. And we've got 2 witnesses that say he would never do that. He works holidays. He responds to emails in his sleep. And that would be a good indication that something was wrong with him at that point.
Do you think she hid the body before she burned it? Because on the 4th,
she had Amanda there. She was at the lake.
Yeah,
she had Amanda there. Scott lived on the property. Hey, Mrs. R.A., welcome. How you doing?
Hey, Mrs. R.A.
Rebecca says hi.
I just, yeah, hello. We all love you. I think that he helped her in some way. That she didn't drive the tractor. She may have known how, but she got him to load the body up into the bucket and take it over to the burn pile and then go park it back.
I just
because it's a fire. They would have noticed the fire going on the 4th if she did it on the 3rd. When he
noticed it on the 3rd, because when Scott came home on the 3rd, that's when his mom said, "Hey, the horses are out. You need to come home." Your dad let him out and left him, and then he came home at like 11:45 at night, and the horses were in, and he's like, "WTH, Mom? Why did you call me home if the horses were put away?" She's like, "Oh, I put them away." And
what if
then
that's
he
not
responds,
really what happened? Though?
Well, then he responds and he says, "By the way, somebody needs to watch that fire. Make sure it doesn't get. I see the fire pits burning. Make sure it doesn't get out of hand." So, at least on the 3rd, the fire is burning, and it burns all day on the 4th, and burns out the early hours of the 5th when they find his body.
Well, then where did they think he was on the 4th?
I don't know. That's why I don't get. I don't know. I think Scott's alibi is pretty good. Mello says, Scott putting the gun in the lake was an idea. Maybe she did it since we haven't heard her side until the attorney on stand. Any confirm on email time using his cell for text? Easy. Who can confirm voicemails? So slow burn. Yeah, lots of good thoughts in there. I think the email, the 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock on July 3rd was confirmed. That was from work, where his secretary, former affair, said he stopped responding to text messages and emails. Yeah. And his phone, I think on the 4th went straight to voicemail, right?
I believe so.
I think Emily testified that she tried to call him and it went straight to voicemail. What are you snacking on over there? What are these? Is it something I would like? Are they almonds?
I think
chocolate-covered almonds?
Scott was in the service, and I think he knows more about guns and bullets than he's leading on.
I agree. I think he knew that his 357 would shoot a .38 special.
Yeah.
But I also think that the Melody had plenty of opportunity to throw the gun in the lake, as Mello says here. And congratulations on 3 months, Mello. Thank you very much. Rebecca, thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, okay. Oh, are you leaving me now?
No, I was just going to eat another of these chocolate-covered almonds. They're really, really good.
Oh, that sounds delicious. One other thing before I go is that he said something I found odd on the 911 call. Mm-hmm. And that was that he's seen burned bodies before. He knows what a burned body looks like. And I just thought that was odd that he would tuck that in there. Why would he say that?
Well, if I had seen one before, I'd be like, I've been here before. Deja vu. And he did serve over in Iraq. He served over in the war. They dealt with that sort of thing all the time. An IED can light a car on fire.
Yeah.
And leave that sort of...
I agree 100%. I just found it odd that he would include that in his phone call.
Yeah.
Because, a burned body is a burned body. It doesn't matter if you've seen one before or if this is the first time you've seen it.
A lot of things were sort of odd. We heard from one of the coworkers at the law firm, that Melody called them and said, by the way, there's no signs of foul play. Yeah. The other one that called and said, "Oh, by the way, here's what I did. I'm giving you the list of things I did. I went to Target and I bought a chair, and I have the receipt to prove it. And I was at the lake all day." By the way, there was
those
no
are
foul
all
play.
odd things also. Yeah, I agree. Something's not adding up here. And I don't know. If she didn't do it by herself, she had some help doing it.
Rebecca, I've got one more call here to take, and I think the judge is coming back. But thank you very much for the call.
Okay.
We'll talk again soon.
Okay. Love you, Scott.
All right,
Y'all
we'll
have a
see
great day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Call from Bree.
Bree, how are you doing?
I'm not good. I'm not in a place I can put it in chat, but it's Concrete Angels by Martina McBride. Your song that you're thinking of?
Concrete Angels. That and Independence
By
Day.
Martina McBride. Oh, Independence Day. Yeah, that too.
And she lit up the sky
Yep.
like the 4th of July. That's when she burns the house down with the guy in it, right?
Yeah.
There's
So
a
they're
couple.
both Martina McBride, though, too, so there you go.
Apparently, it's like a common theme in country music to commit murder on Independence Day.
I mean, sometimes you lose your trailer, you lose your dog, you lose your spouse. It happens.
That's funny.
Because I love country music, so I'm good with it. So
Bree, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
You're welcome. Talk to you guys later. Bye, chat.
See you. Bye.
Up and rolling. If you could please raise your right hand.
We're back.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Is it a Zoom witness?
I do.
If you could, you can put your hand down now. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Addison Farris.
Addison, how do you know Melody Farris, the defendant in this case?
She's my grandmother.
So which parent is she the mother of for you?
She's my dad's mother.
Addison, where do you live? Just the state. What state do you live in?
Other than Plymouth State, I live in Maine.
How long have you lived in Maine?
How long have I lived in Maine?
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's like 11 years now.
Before you lived in Maine, did you live in Georgia ever?
I don't think so. I lived in Florida before that.
When did you live in Florida?
From when I was really young, like 2 or 3, to when I was 7.
Okay. And does your dad live in Georgia?
Yes.
Would you frequently visit your dad when you were younger?
Yeah, we would do summers and Christmases usually in Georgia.
Addison, I want to talk about July of 2018, okay? Did you have the opportunity to come to Georgia to visit your father in July of 2018?
Yes.
Do you remember what day that you came to Georgia?
I'm not sure. I think probably, or I know it was around the time of the 4th of July, but I don't know an exact day.
Were you here before the actual 4th of July holiday?
Yes.
Where did you go when you first got to Georgia?
When the day that we got there, we dropped my sister off at her friend's house, and then we went to my grandparents' farm.
How old were you in 2018?
I was 11, almost 12.
And when you mentioned your sister, how old was your sister?
My sister would have been 13.
So she's older of the two of you.
Yes.
You mentioned that when you dropped your sister off, you then went to your grandparents' farm?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you see at the farm?
I saw my grandmother and my grandfather.
When you say we traveled to the farm, who is we?
Me and my dad.
Okay, was anyone else with you two?
I don't think so, no.
Do you remember how long you stayed at the farm when you saw your grandparents that day?
It was a really quick visit. We just came to say hi and give hugs, and then we left, so probably like 15 minutes tops.
Okay, and I want to kind of orient you to the dates. That week of July, Monday was the 2nd, Tuesday was the 3rd, Wednesday was the 4th. Do you remember now which day that would have been?
I think that it was probably the 2nd then.
Okay.
Or no, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. So back in 2019, were you interviewed professionally by a forensic interviewer?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, if you had mentioned to her that that was the day before the 4th of July, would that have been accurate?
Objection.
Yes.
No, she's trying to refresh her recollection improperly.
It's a little difficult on Zoom.
I know.
I'm happy to do that if you would like me to.
I mean, a second ago, she didn't know what day it was.
Go ahead. I'll give you some latitude, but you also can grab the calendar, put it on, show it to her. Now, when you try to do something on the screen, we don't have that technology available easily. That's part of the problem and part of my complaints about all this. So, now, we can do that by sharing the screen on the computer, but then we have to re-log in that computer, and then we may lose. Sorry, I turned off my mic. System. We may then lose. We can log that computer in, and then you can share a screen from that computer. But we don't have it set up that way because I killed that connection to make sure we could get the sound working. So if there's something you need to show her, then we're gonna have to do that, which is okay. It's just gonna take a minute.
But the part of the problem is going to be if I have to do it too.
Well, you can.
We're doing the same thing that we both have from the interview. So probably best that we go ahead and figure out how to do it.
Well, or we could anyway. Yeah, again, this is something we should have talked about before we tried it. Now. Tracy, come log this computer back in. If you can, let's see what happens.
And Tracy, don't touch the thermostat.
And we'll see how much longer we go before we give up and start over in the morning.
Judge, we're happy to send her whatever she needs to review, refresh, but.
Well, we could. Well, if you're going to do that outside if we need to do that outside the presence of jury, we're going to send them back while we're showing her. So y'all step back out for a minute. Now, when we do that, I'm going to start all over and see if I can systematically.
The internet, I'm not doing it from the app.
Okay. Well.
All right, well, the jury leaves. It looks like we're going to refresh her memory just a little bit. There's Tracy working on the computer. She's the one who was messing with the thermostat. The judge had to fix that before he outed her on national television. Steal Your Heart Susan says, wow, yeah, 21 months. Thank you very much. That's wonderful. Steal Your Heart Susan, OG. Apparently, I got a little notice hung on my door from my town today. requiring me to do some trimming of some vegetation near the front of my house. I'm reading verbatim what it says. Please trim back your flowers so your water meter is accessible. Thank you. Please trim back your flowers. Now I have to think of what shape I can cut my flowers into that is fully compliant, yet lets everyone know exactly what I think about me having to trim back my flowers. This didn't go good last time. Last time we ended up with some trees that spelled some letters. It's another, yeah. Please trim back your flowers. It's like they're flowers. They're beautifying the community. They smell good. I think it's actually mint.
It's the huge bush that's out front.
It's a bush. The bush is bigger than the fire pit in this case. It's more than 10 feet across. I kid you not. And it's all in bloom. It's beautiful. Orange.
It is really pretty.
It's orange, little tiny orange flowers on them. And it smells like delicious mint. Like, I like to weed eat around it just so I can just like run the weed eater into the flowers a little bit because the aroma is just like wonderful, wonderful. Anyway, so now I have to trim my bushes. Maybe it has bees. Oh, there are bees. Yep, everything with a flower has a bee. I've learned that. If there aren't any flowers, then you just have wasps. We do have auto readers. They like to check manually to confirm the auto reader is accurate, because apparently there was a problem in a lawsuit a while back, and they had to pay some money back, and they don't want to do that again. So, okay, now there are comments I just cannot read. Let's see. Amber, no, roadside, near the sidewalk, near the corner. Our town has a drive-by meter reading gun, so they don't have to stop. I'm sorry, your fragrant shrubbery is not to code. Trim it to the shape of a vacuum. Hey, future, I like where you're going there. It's one of the few flowers we have in our yard. We have a lot of trees. And some of them are blossoming trees, like the dogwood. Dogwood's beautiful. The myrtle, crepe myrtle. Oh my goodness, that's beautiful. I've just resubmitted my application to be your landscaper. I am down with that. The pay is crap though. Adam.
Does that say Mrs. Ari's cell phone?
Yes, Mrs. Ari. Mrs. Ari was just reading the screen. Does that say Mrs. Ari's cell phone? We both know you don't exist, Adam. She does not have a cell phone. Put some beehives by the water meter. Oh, yes. I trimmed it back, and now I put beehives here. I think I can find out what the bush is. I know that I had neighbors. I had neighbors who wanted to get like starts for this plant. It's a gorgeous, it's a beautiful plant. It does die off and leave some really big stems and sticks. Like, what is it? It's in bloom. It's like a full green shrubbery. Beautiful, beautiful shrubbery. And then in the fall, here just before Halloween, it has these orange blossoms that just go everywhere. Boom. And it smells good, looks good. I don't like, yeah, once it dies, it's just like, oh wow, what is that thing? It's like a spiny, like a sea urchin. It turns into one of those, only it's brown and made out of sticks. And even then, I don't want to trim it. But take a photo. I'll take a photo. We'll share a photo maybe tomorrow. Mint is invasive, which can be good in your case. It is quite invasive. It was much smaller when we bought this house 5 years ago. Do you want to go out and take a picture of it, Mrs. R.A.?
I do not.
No, she doesn't want to. I would have her use her cell phone, but it doesn't exist. We've got to pick tomorrow. Now you have to come back tomorrow. You've got to come back to find out what the shrubbery looks like.
I texted you on your cell phone and you didn't respond. So
You texted me?
Mm-hmm.
I read it. I read it on the air. It was about the pirates, right?
Oh, it was like anti-pilgrim.
It was down with the pilgrims, all hail the pirates.
Yeah.
All right. We'll send Bush pics tomorrow. Let's see. What happens if you don't comply? I have to comply, Donnie. The town has direct access to my bank account through utility fees, which they like to use for other things as well. So anytime they don't like what you did, your utilities just go up, and it's a combined bill. So it's like all the fees go together. We pay on auto pay. That's the problem. So it's like they're just making withdrawal every month from our account. I'm phrasing? Yes, I said it, and then I thought not to say it. So tell them to talk to Dwayne about the meter. I've got a number I can give them for that. Sounds like like a huge vacuum bush. I'm not sure if my artwork in trimming can do anything more than block letters. We'll see. You did say please. What I should do is just not trim it and say, what? Just push them out of the way. Because it's not like they're growing out of the metal flower cover. I already know where you guys are going with these comments, and it's not gonna happen. Do you have a choice on them having access to your account? Yes, we do. It does. I think it saves a tiny bit.
It makes sure the bill gets paid.
It saves us getting our power turned off because we forgot to pay the bill. So there's that benefit, and I think it saves like $3. Move the meter. Tootie, I have to do auto pay because I would be late on everything. Our taxes weren't on auto pay, and I just about became delinquent on those. Do you want to put on some headphones and talk? No. Trying to find this. I need to plug in your headphones so you can hear. Because right now you can't. And then I'll give you a mic, okay?
How can we get unplugged?
Because it goes in the way.
I don't know if I'm on.
You're on?
Oh.
Can you hear yourself?
Not really very loud.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay.
I was just saying the people that I don't trust are the Walmart shoppers. They're like, here, order online and we'll give you your groceries. They give you some of your groceries. I'd say even most.
We recently found items missing. What
Every
were
time.
we missing this time?
Okay, well, this time it was my fault. 'Cause I
Couple
didn't
loaves of
order it.
bread.
Yeah, they did not give
Bags
us all
of
the loaves of
chips.
chips. Yeah, I didn't order those.
You did.
Yeah, that one was on me.
Sorry, Walmart.
But every week, every time I go shopping there, they miss something. Something is missing from it, and every time I'm like, why do I keep doing this? And I think because it saves me hours.
Mr. Fix-It says my only auto pay is to Recovery Addict. Thank you,
Nice.
Mr. Fix-It. Appreciate that. We're on a little break. The break we have right now was after. We just came back from a break, and they called the witness, and it was a Zoom witness, and they're having issues now. They're trying to refresh her recollection outside the presence of the jury, which is sort of difficult to do, and it's over Zoom as well. But it's Addison Farris, who is the granddaughter of Melody. It's Chris's daughter. And she did make a trip to the farm right around the 4th of July. And so they're trying to ask her about that. She's not remembering the date exactly. So they tried to refresh her recollection with the jury there, and they objected. Now the jury's been kicked out. And so we think they're still working on the tech right now.
Are they trying to pin down the time of death? Is that what this is about?
Oh, they'd love to. I think there's strong evidence to say that he died in the afternoon of the 3rd.
But I mean, is that why they're asking her this? Is that what they're pushing toward figuring out?
I don't know.
Oh.
I imagine so. Oh, they're back. Let's see if we can hear from this. You're not going to hear anything because you're not plugged into the right place. Sorry.
And just like that, if I can't hear, no one can. Except, are they speaking right now?
No, they're not.
Oh, okay.
Allison says, that's my work notification sound. It's after 5 p.m. That's my burner phone text sound as well. I'll turn that down.
I borrowed my son's cell phone, and he has his sounds like cranked up to 3,000. And so anytime a text came in or anything, I just about had a heart attack. I was like, what is that?
Microsoft, what is that? No, that was a Google Voice alert. Okay. Everyone seems to be shuffling around. No one's standing yet. Don't think the jury's back. What just happened? Did she just put something in her mouth, or
she yawned?
Was it a yawn? Oh, it was a yawn. I'm watching on the replay, slow motion. I'll let you watch too, because nothing else is happening. Dun 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 dun. I thought she had put something in her mouth, but it was a yawn. Big yawn. So I don't know why I did the Jaws music for that. I thought she was like hiding like a mint or something.
Are they leaving?
Oh, yes.
She's out of here. She's done.
Judge is on the bench. Defendant left the courtroom with her lawyer.
Oh, they're back. Is the judge usually like zipped down like that?
This judge is so laid back. Now they're texting. They have tech issues. The judge hates that there are tech issues because he's a techie guy. For being like a backwoods Georgia judge, he can put some tech together.
Really?
Yeah. He runs the Elmo. He runs the thermostat.
Because, I mean, I want to sit here and work on it for another 20 minutes, but then it's going to be 5:30, and then it's going to be too late for us to get anything done. So we're going to have her join us back after we test out the equipment and see if we can figure out where the gremlin is. With that, we're going to recess for the day. Reminder, tomorrow is Wednesday. So we're going to...
Hump day?
We're going to break around 11:30 because I have a meeting with the folks about the new building. But we're going to eat in, and so I'm going to eat my lunch while y'all are eating y'all's while I'm doing my video meeting with the other folks, and we'll break around 11:30. I've told them to have the lunch here about 11:15, and we'll go till 12:30ish. Depending on how long. They're pretty good about trying to keep that meeting to an hour. And then we'll get back going. And then again, our Thursday plan will be to break at noon for the rest of the day. So we will not have lunch here. Y'all will leave and go off on your own and not come back for the afternoon. All right. Again, remember everything I've told y'all about. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Look up anything about the case. Don't Google the internet about anything about the case or anyone related to the case or anything that might cause a hit. All right. Judge blows up about technology. That would be a good thing to look up. All right.
He's looking for these viral videos.
Y'all can be excused. Thank you.
Don't Google the internet. You never know what it's going to say. I'm going to try to keep this sound on in the background and also turn down Can you still hear? Is that good enough?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. This judge is okay. Let me just say it right here. Now, if you want to have your YouTube channel blow up,
You can mute that because they're not talking.
they will talk in just a second. Make a short video involving the judge. Hashtag him. Put it in there. He will watch. This guy is all over the internet. I swear he's watching it during the day. He might even be in chat now. So, Googling judge blows up over the technology. Yeah, that's your title. Judge, Georgia judge. Fixes tech in robe. He did. He walks down in his robe. And he's like, get away from that. Nobody touched the buttons. I'm going to fix it. He's the one who he made like the template on the Elmo for where you have to put the document so you can zoom in and it will work properly. Like he'd take that. He's done everything. Did you tell our, Mrs. R.A. about Anastasia Felicia? No, not yet. We're, they've replied.
Who?
He said, I already explained you can download the app from the store and install it on your phone and put it in email and create an account. It's very simple to do. And I said, that's okay. I'll just text you again tomorrow when you get back to work. And he says, hey, what app do you use mostly? And I'm thinking the right answer is probably Candy Crush. But it's not what he wants to know, but.
YouTube.
Oh,
I'm
YouTube.
using it right now.
That's truthful. We try not to be truthful on spam calls.
Well, that's true.
But I'll go with YouTube.
Who is Anastasia Felicia? It's okay to turn that down.
Oh,
It's creating feedback.
It's a guy who pretends to be a girl that lost all the contacts, and I found your number. Dwayne, is that you? Yeah. So,
like, Anastasia, I hear you have a crown that you can reclaim.
there's a song, Anastasia. Who sings that one?
I don't know.
Oh, it's a good one. No.
No, you'll get copyright struck.
Oh, I'll get struck in a heartbeat.
Stroked.
No.
Yeah, sorry. No.
It's going to be... who sings Anastasia?
I don't think that's the name of it. I'm playing Candy Crush right now. Are we boring you?
Slash. It's Slash. It's a pretty good... It's a pretty good song. I found the song when we were doing hockey games. I was filming hockey.
You were?
No. The rodeo.
Oh,
And they were doing lights off for the intro of the rodeo when they have like the spotlight and the person riding the flag around and things like that. And the time between when the lights are off and when the lights fully turn back on, because there's those halogen ones. We're done, by the way. We're not watching court anymore. We had to have something play music to keep the crowd engaged with the video while we're waiting for the lights to turn back on. And a coworker's like, "Oh, use this song," and it was awesome. It's like it's got this slow intro, and then it just blows up, and they made a video to it that works really well.
I thought that you were talking about the song from the movie Anastasia.
No, I've never seen that movie. Never seen that one. Don't know how it goes. Let's see. We're done for the day. We've got the agenda for tomorrow. Obviously, Sarah Boone they're trying to seat a jury. I'm going to check social media really quickly and see if we got any late breaking news about what happened there. See, Sarah Boone, latest. Jules is going to be there. That is awesome. Attorney James Owens is telling the judge that Sarah Boone's awakened at 2:30 a.m. and doesn't get back to jail till around 9 p.m.
Why is she woken up so early? That's inhumane.
This is Surviving the Survivor podcast. STS posted this on Twitter. A big shout out to them. This was 32 minutes ago. Attorney James Owens was telling the judge today that Judge Cranick, that Sarah Boone is awakened at 2:30 a.m. and doesn't get back to jail around 9 p.m. Yesterday he brought it up because he wanted her to be able to shower. Now Owens is asking if Sarah can get commissary once she's back. Specifically, 5 peppermints, 2 juice packs, 2 bags of chips, a bag of candy, and either Pop-Tart or a bag of cookies.
Why are they waking her up so early?
Owens says it will help keep Sarah awake, reassuring him she doesn't have high blood pressure. Can't make this up, he says. Surviving the Survivor. That is an amazing, amazing tweet. Let's see. 1 hour ago, they also said Judge Kranick has whittled potential jury pool down to 54. 54 jurors cannot fit in the current courtroom, so Judge is planning to move everyone to the 23rd floor for tomorrow's continued jury selection in Sarah Boone. 23rd floor. This is a high-rise courthouse. I've never been there.
I've never been in a courthouse that's so high.
There are motions tomorrow, according to Kathy Resson, who's with Law and Crime. They have 54 qualified jurors. Tomorrow morning will be motions. Tomorrow p.m., the state will voir dire and get 54. Voir dire the 54. Thursday morning, the defense will voir dire, looking to seat 6-juror panel plus 8 alternates. 6 with 8 alternates. That is nuts. That is crazy.
So why do they need 50?
They got the 50 the judge wants. He's doing the initial screening for cause, meaning these are people who are like, oh yeah, I know all about Sarah Boone. She's the lady who did this. That would be, you already know about the case. You can't set those things aside. You have conflicts. You're the only caregiver for an alien, parent or something like that.
You said alien. I'm like,
That would also qualify. If you take care of aliens, you're exempt from jury service. That's a general rule. I don't want them serving on my jury.
Also, we need to get you some help.
Yeah, but this is so hot.
It's so loud. My ears, I can hear.
It's cranked up to 37 on the gain.
All the little.
That is better.
Mouth.
Is that not better? That was it was terrible. It was like ASMR in my headphones.
Yeah, it was too loud. Okay, anyway. So he says now these 50 people, if you say no to any of them, that's on you. That's one of your strikes.
He's got 54, and they passed the first hurdle. They're available. They can be impartial jurors. They don't have they're not related to the prosecutor. They've eliminated all those, and now each side gets to ask questions of these people because they've answered questions like, oh yeah, I do have a criminal record. Yes, I do have family members who have been, in a domestic abuse situation. All those questions that make it past the first hurdle, they're going to ask questions of on the next day, defense and prosecution. And they might find some that say, this guy, he's got like 3 brothers that are in law enforcement. I don't want him on the jury because he's going to believe everything law enforcement says. And we're sort of trying to say law enforcement did it wrong here. And so they might give him a strike. And those strikes are not for cause. They have a limited number of how many they can use. I don't know what that number is. But you knock off the ones you don't like and hope the people you didn't knock off are on the side with your version of the story. Have you ever played hide and seek? That's a great jury question.
Just, are you familiar with the general rules?
Have you ever worked for Samsonite suitcases?
Oh man.
Yes, Delphi's happening as well. Obviously, that one is not being televised. That judge has locked that case down. They can't even live stream. They can't even, obviously, no live stream, no audio, and no live tweeting from court. So you have to go in and listen and scribble some notes on. I don't know.
Can you draw a picture with
you have
pencil?
to etch it on a tablet with the stone.
What, etch a sketch?
Yeah, and then you can run out and talk about it. But let's see. They've picked a jury already. Not the full jury. They've got the 54 that have made it past the first hurdle of for cause dismissals. 8 alternates though, 1 for every lawyer that quit. And a banana. That is funny coincidence. Yeah. Oh, for Delphi, yes. That one's done. That's underway, I think.
Is that Florida?
No, that's the 2 girls that were found murdered. The video, they've got video where they were sort of captured by a hiker or something. It's. I haven't told you about that case, but it's terrible.
I don't know
it's
anything
terrible.
about that. I don't want to know about it. I was just curious which state
it's in Indiana.
All right, let's not move there.
Just like that, a whole state just X'd off the map. It's like, oh, murder happened there. We're not going to move there. Bad news for you.
I know.
We have very few
We're
options.
going to have to move out onto the ocean.
Yeah. Mata's going to be there. Yeah, you've got to be there in person, and that's going to be a rough case. Man, that's terrible.
Delphi?
Yeah. Yep. But both at the same time, it's terrible, and it's like wild, like circus wild, with the judge and the lawyers and the motions, and it's crazy. And the allegations, the defense theories, it's crazy. And it was a cold case as well for a long, long time. Defense Diaries is there. Moved to the ocean with the pirates.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's safe out there.
This judge is probably one of the worst I've seen in the Delphi case. And we were hoping that it would be, well, not that we would cover the case, because the content is one we wouldn't cover anyway, usually. But we were hoping that this new judge would be more open to the case being open, because it has a huge public interest. It was something we'd probably follow from a distance. And when it changed judges, wasn't it last judge that like made a whole bunch of rulings and then recused himself? It's just had some weird situations. Adam may go to Delphi. That's what I said, Red Pen. Delphi.
It's not even gonna try. It's fine.
Delphi. There we go. Lois, Red Pen. Delphi. How does the I make its own noise? When two go, this is how I remember it. When two vowels go walking, the first one does the talking. So.
But when it's at the end of the word or the end of a syllable, then it is able to maintain its own identity.
Yeah, but that's not part of the rhyme.
That's true.
I skipped that day in school.
Did you ever hear that joke by Brian Regan? What's the I before rule? I before E rule, Brian. He goes, I before E, always.
Yes.
Like, no, Brian. You're an idiot.
Brian Regan and his school jokes are pretty funny.
He's funny.
All right, Mrs. R.A., I don't think you've ever been on here for the ending, have you?
Probably.
Probably. Well, you're about to be on again, because we're going to play the music. We're going to wrap things up for today. We're going to pick up tomorrow. Sarah Boone's going to be starting here soon. We have Child TV Live's going to be down there tomorrow for the motions. We'll keep an eye on those. Might stream them. Depends what happens. We're going to try. I before E, but not after C, and all those other exceptions, like way, days that end in Y or something.
And you'll always be wrong no matter what you say.
Yes, that's how it is. All right. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe, too. Go live again tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8:45-ish. Appreciate it. You guys have a wonderful night. It's been wonderful. Stay safe. That's all. That's all I have. Do you have anything to add? Do you want to do your outro?
No, I'm triggered today. I'm all grouchy, so nope. You guys have a good one.
I'm gonna go out and trim the bush. I'll take a picture at least a picture. That's what I can commit to. You guys have yourselves a absolutely fantastic day, and we will see you on the flip side on the morrow. Bye-bye.
If they didn't, I would lose my mind.